dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you, Aris. Folks, give it up for Aris one more time.
I'm a gun-toting patriot, God-fearing patriot. Bryson, why they mad? Cause I'm real and they be faking it. Free speech advocate, it's on my mind, I'm saying it. I'm about to buy another gun and ain't nobody taking it. Gun-toting, Bible reading, God believing, truth speaking American. This MAGA season, Democrats committing treason. I know they think it's sweet, but you don't know who you dealing with. This for free thinkers only, you ain't got no membership. They free General Flynn out the cage cause he innocent. Barton Rogers Stone, cause the world know that he innocent. We need to kick out every single illegal immigrant. Mandatory voter ID laws we need to implement. Tell Justin Smollett that I know this MAGA country. Tell China we know they...
Said it helps me make it, knowing you care.
Hello, everybody. We are live. I thought it was gonna start at 7, but no, it was 6:30. They got Patti LaBelle up in here singing, so I'm just gonna mute it for the, the musical stuff from, YouTube. But it also gives us time to just say hello and chill out. Hang out. Deborah Sellers, nice to see you in the chat again. Hi, Ruby, surviving the drama. Yeah. Last night was so much fun. It was so much fun. Okay, I had such a blast. But that was the very first time that I streamed for that long. You know what I'm saying? Okay, give me 1 second. Okay, much better. Had to fix my chair. Okay. Hey, Tad. Oh, I love it that you're here, Tad. We are going to get into the second day of the DNC, which is my first time, watching this and getting involved, politically. I've never been this involved. You know what I mean? So after the song is up, I'll bring it back. But I think tonight is also going to be a long night. I think we're going to be here for a while because I am here for Michelle Obama's speech. I am here for Bill Clinton. And I am here for Barack Obama's speech. So we are going to have some really big names tonight. And I think Jimmy might join us for those speeches as well, whenever they do happen, because I already know we're going to be here till midnight. So if you are here watching and you come in and out, or you have to go to bed, or whatever the case may be, I totally understand. You can pop in and out of the stream whenever you want. I'm going to put the link in the chat soon so that people can join if you want to join and say hello. Yes, Chad is, Tad. Look at me already renaming people. If you want to pop in and say hello, I will put a chat now just in case, because it's going to be a long night, guys. So I'm just here to hang out. You know what I mean? So if you want to hop on and hang out with me. But I am so interested to see what's going to happen tonight. We got Chronicles of Lucifer in the chat from Arizona. And I'm in Florida. So we got Florida, Arizona, Japan. Deborah, if you don't mind, let us know where you are from. Where are you watching from? Oh my God, these people are always crying. Sheesh.
Please welcome the chair of the Carter Center and grandson of President Jimmy Carter, Jason Carter.
Nice.
Hello, I'm Jason Carter. My grandfather, President Carter, will have his 100th birthday in October. I call him Pawpaw, and I can tell you that he wishes he could be here tonight. He and my grandmother led their lives with an unwavering faith in God, a respect for human dignity, honesty, and a commitment to loving their neighbors as themselves. Those principles guided them throughout their lives, including during their 4 years in the White House.
Deborah says Trump was in my town talking to law enforcement.
For my grandfather,
nice.
It was never about fame, recognition,
Howell, Michigan.
or awards.
Nice.
His legacy
is
measured by the lives he has touched and the good he has done. Kamala Harris carries my grandfather's legacy. She knows what is right.
I cannot believe he just said that, but she carries Carter's legacy.
That leadership is about service, not selfishness. That you can show strength and demonstrate decency. And that you can get a whole lot more done with a smile than with a scowl. Pawpaw's holding on. He's hopeful. And though his body may be weak tonight, his spirit is as strong as ever.
Hello, Lucy. Thanks for joining. How's it going?
Yeah, you're such a trooper. You stayed on for quite a while last night. That, what was your thoughts after you slept on it? What do you think? Did you change any of your thoughts from before watching your first Democratic National Convention, or?
Yeah. I mean, I was in shock for a while. Okay, so we were watching it, right? And then my husband was watching it like on his cell phone in another part of the house. But we were like screaming at each other. Like I would just mute myself, and he would come to my computer, and we would just scream at each other because we couldn't believe what was going on. Yeah, it was fun. It was nice. But I was definitely in shock. I couldn't believe, just like Jimmy was such in shock. But I was so glad to have other people watching it with me, because it's like at the same time I have a question I could ask, or I could comment something, and you have somebody else there. Like when you're watching a movie with somebody and you're like, no way, and that reaction is nice to have. Yeah,
that was awesome. Being able to real time do fact checking and stuff like that. I mean, it'll be fun in future election cycles. You might be able to hire a couple of people to do fact checking live on the air. That would be fun.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. I mean, it's a different story when you live through it. You know what I mean? So that's why it's kind of hard to listen to politics right now, because we've went through it. We've went through the COVID. We went through the lockdowns. We're still going through the inflation. Like a gallon of milk is over $5. The gas is crazy. And my cousin called me the other day, and she said, that a dozen eggs, so 12 eggs, the regular pack of eggs was already almost $9 in New York City. And I was like, no way. And she was like, yeah. And I said, you're kidding. And she's in the city, and that's also a sanctuary city. And if you've, kept up with the news, the invasion at the southern border has been going to these sanctuary cities. And in her city, she said everything is overfilled. There's immigrants all over the streets. Her sister got punched in the street because somebody on a moped just punched her, assaulted her. So it's like, we're living through this. We're going through this. Our family members are experiencing this with their own two eyes. And I told her, register, vote, get involved, do what you got to do, because they can't find a place to live. They're giving all the luxury apartments that were supposed to be subsidized to low-income families. And I come from a low-income family, and they're not even getting prioritized, and they're American citizens. But an immigrant takes the apartment that they would have been able to have because they're low income. But the city has to, cut the budget so that the immigrants can use those funds. So it's frustrating. It's hard and it's frustrating. And I'm the only one in Florida that said, I'm gonna leave New York. I don't care. I'm the only one who left permanently. Everybody was like, oh, I can't leave New York. I can't leave. And I was like, I'm sorry you're going through it, but I will stop eating eggs and I will stop drinking milk. Like, I will not be paying $5 or $9 for some eggs and some milk. Like, stop.
Right. So that was actually going to be my next question is because of the increase in the pricing, how do you think that's going to affect how people go shopping? Honestly, is it going to change, or do you think that people are just going to keep trying to grind through and pay $9 for a dozen of eggs?
No, yeah. I don't even know how. Hi, Teddy. Nice to see you. But I want to answer Lucy's question. Hold on. So Lucy, this is the thing. I'm lactose intolerant, so I can't eat dairy products whether I like, regardless. But my family, you see, this is why I asked them. I'm like, yo, so how you gonna eat breakfast? You can't even buy some eggs. You can't even get some milk. What you gonna do? And that's the thing. I told her, listen, just change your diet because inflation is forcing you to lose weight. Like you can't even eat the way you want to eat, and the city is expensive as it is. So you could only imagine. I don't really have to deal with it because I just won't buy milk. I won't buy eggs. And I only buy eggs and milk like now because I'm doing like a homeschooling stuff and we're baking. I have a cooking subscription. So I let the kids do it because they need to learn, you know what I mean? With how to crack an egg and stuff like that. So that's the only reason why I buy it.
Mm-hmm.
How's it going, Teddy?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, I do. So how was your... Did you sleep at all? Because it was like 5 a.m. for you.
Oh, don't worry about it. It's obviously I work quite often at night anyway. So it doesn't really matter for me. So don't worry about me. And it's 10 to 12 right now in the UK, so that's no problem for me, don't worry. But I would ask, what time is Kamala coming on tonight? Do you know?
Okay, I don't know, but I looked at some articles. They said that Bill Clinton is on the list, Michelle Obama, and then Barack Obama.
Oh, they've got the full lineup. They've got the Avengers. And
I bet you anything it's gonna be at 9, 10, and 11. Like they're gonna leave them for last. So I'm gonna just hang out with everybody in the beginning, and I do have it like on another tab here. So I'm gonna keep track. I'll keep pulling it up.
I've got a few talking points from yesterday as well. That I'd say some. I have a few things to say from yesterday as well about the whole presentation, so I can get into that anytime. Phantom, sorry. Thank you, Leanne Becky. Yeah. I've got nothing to do with sorry. I'm from the north in England, but I do know people from Surrey. Yeah, it's a lovely place.
Oh yeah, Teddy, I was gonna tell you. There are other ex Jehovah's Witnesses that I collaborated with on YouTube, and they are from London. So I was gonna tell you, hey, I got some people I know over there because I did a show with them because it was the first time that they were gonna vote July 3rd. Your elections just passed. And so I did a show with them. So whenever we remember, I'll connect you guys if you're interested in having some online friends. I got you on Discord. So we will DM each other soon. So
I've joined the XJW Discord. That's right. Yeah. although I'm not on XJW, I must say.
I know, but that's okay. We accepted you. That's it. You're one of us now.
No, you're very accepted. You're very accepted. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I think that's awesome, Teddy. Thank you for joining last night. You jumped on like after I had already jumped off last night. So it sounds like you guys had fun reviewing the DNC yesterday.
Oh, it was fascinating. I mean, with the whole, I rewatched a little bit of it today as well. I love the comments coming up as well. They're great. But no, hi Deborah. Deborah, you were here last night as well, I believe. Loyal supporter. Yeah. We love that. But I
from Japan.
I rewatched some of it, and I didn't see the beginning part. They had like John Legend come out and stuff for that, and I feel like the disparity between the Republican National Convention and the Democrat one is just shocking, to be honest. Like if you look at both of them, it's what they're relying on celebrity figures, and they're not talking about any policy points. There's no, the difference between the Democrat and the Republican Party now, in my opinion, is that the Republican Party focus solely on what they're going to do, what's next for the American people, what they're trying to do, what they're trying to implement, whether or not people like it or not, they're still going to say it. However, the Democrats, what points are they really making apart from, oh, Trump's going to steal democracy. If you let him in, everything will go to shit and nothing will be the same. And they're relying on celebrities to garner votes. It's all a bit superficial, it's substance versus quality. Oh, here we go. We've got Common coming out to rap. Put that on.
Change the world for the better with love, hope, and grace.
I love this guy though. That's sad. That you say.
And they just had Patti LaBelle.
I love Common. He's a great rapper. For fuck's sake.
I keep good company, we enterprise. Had a strong day since infinite. I guess I can see the power.
It's okay, I'll play the music because this is not going to be monetized anyway. So let's enjoy the show.
Exactly. This is an authentic piece right here. Oh, look, what am I watching?
Every day that I get up, I trace the sky, draw with the most high on the.
Oh man, I'm kind of disappointed.
He's killing it. Yeah, in it.
Hey, yo, it's love out there.
Awesome, Ellie and Becky. Hi, Jane. And hi, Jay.
Good evening, Jay.
Keep you near the cross. May your troubles show that you need.
So this is Ruby. That's exactly what I was saying. They rely on celebrity appearances, like.
Yeah, exactly when you were saying it, comment popped up.
I mean, he's hitting it. To be fair, I'm kind of loving it.
I wonder how much they got paid for this.
Oh, look, Kamala's getting 300. She got the highest campaign funds ever. So we know it's not going to waste here, is it?
Hey, the feeling is free. Yo, we live at the DNC.
You're right, actually. Yeah, he does sound like Stevie Wonder.
And my Uncle Charles, they both
He's got a great voice. You got to give it to him. This is actually, I must say, this is a great lineup. You know, like they've done a good job in getting a good lineup. I love both. Well, I don't know the other bloke, but Common, hard. I love that guy. So disappointed.
Yeah, I didn't know he was like a lefty like that, a Democrat. I didn't know. Imagine if a Jehovah's Witness convention had a concert like this. Oh, I would still be a witness. Like what?
I'd join. Sign
You
me
would
up
join
if
a
Common's
cult
gonna be
for
rapping to me.
oh?
To see a free Common, to see a live show from Common, of course, no problem. I'm joking, by the way. Sarcasm. Love it.
Hi, San Diego.
I voted for Trump in 2000.
Okay, here we go. The pity commercials.
And I am a former Trump voter.
I'm Joanna. I live in Florida. I'm a former Trump
Ruby, this is
voter.
what I was talking about. It's the difference between the Republican convention versus this. It's just pandering, wishy-washy,
And an insurrectionist.
He has no
virtue
respect for
signaling, you know?
Americans. He has no respect for the Constitution.
I believe if Trump gets a second term, he's not leaving, he's staying. He broke the law. He doesn't believe they apply to him.
What law did he break?
Exists to serve the people of the United States.
Exactly,
In
Jane.
2024,
Exactly. This
I'm
is the
voting for Kamala
repetition.
Harris.
It's like bring more people to give this sad story. Okay, let's. I don't know who's next. I'm already shocked. They had Patti LaBelle. They had Common. I don't know what's coming up next.
If Kanye comes out now, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna run. I'm gonna run.
Shut up.
I'll be so
Kanye
sad.
is
I'll be
off the
so
hook.
sad. He'd never. But if he did, that would be the biggest shock to the system ever. It'd be more like Jay-Z that would come out for them.
Okay, that's just music. So,
Yeah.
did you know that?
They're appealing. They're very. Sorry, Ruby, to interrupt you, but it's very clear they're appealing to the black vote right now. Kamala has focused specifically on the black vote, and it's pretty obvious what they're doing. The party. It's pretty obvious.
Yeah, and I think I was listening to like some news earlier, like before the DNC started. They said that this is the same convention that Donald Trump had the RNC. So it's kind of like they're trolling by using the same locations. They're popping up at the same places that Donald had just passed through. So it's like, why didn't they do this like weeks ago, months ago? Like all of a sudden, right at the end of the election cycle, now you want to start jump-starting your campaign and start running all over the country.
Well, I think it'll be interesting to see if Kamala actually comes out tonight with a plan of her policies, because we've not seen. She's not spoken. She's not done an interview. She's not talked to anyone about what the actual nits and grits of what her campaign, her administration will do. In my opinion, it'll just be a continuation of the Biden-Harris administration once again. It's not going to be any different. Because I mean, what's she done? You know, what she said that she's going to do. She's vaguely. It's all very vague right now. You know, it's all very vague. There's no solid plan. We know that with Trump and everything, he says what he's going to do every time. He says that he's gonna implement this, that, and that. He's going to stop the border. As much as he's a populist, as much as he proclaims he's going to do this, that, at least he talks about it. She doesn't talk about anything. She doesn't talk about. All she talks about is getting rid of Trump and getting rid of the threat to democracy. How, in my opinion, how can it be a threat to? I think it's more of a threat to democracy to say we need to get rid of this person. We need to get rid of him. You know, he needs to be gone. We need to get rid of him. He's evil. He's a criminal. He's horrible. Blah blah blah. That's more of a threat to democracy in my eyes and also the fact of the matter that, you know, there's been multiple fraudulent judges as well on Trump's case. At which point do you realize, you know, who's the bad guy here?
They don't care. Like the guys were telling me last night, like they don't care about the truth. They don't. Hey, Lucy.
Apologies. I had to take a phone call. I'm taking care of sick kitties, so I have things going on in real life that demand my attention.
That's
But
okay. I'm gonna be here all night, so it's okay. You could pop in and out.
I was listening to Teddy, and I'm interested in his take on American politics, and I appreciate him spending time with us and sharing his thoughts, definitely. And I agree with him that the Republicans are able to speak their minds and they're able to say what it is that they want to do to change the country, right? That is what a political party is supposed to be able to do. And you're absolutely correct that the Democrats are not even trotting out any policies at all. I think they got really close to bragging last night when I heard them talking about creating jobs in Michigan and Oklahoma, maybe. But we already disproved that the one thing that they were very proud of was being able to provide free internet for a bunch of people. And what took us less than 5 minutes to debunk that one thing that they were proud of. So
Well, yeah,
it's
well,
really
exactly.
showing.
I think was this about the manufacturing jobs? I fact checked it. It wasn't true.
Exactly.
I think was that way. Yeah. So they said. I think Biden said that they've gained 800,000 manufacturing jobs in America since his administration's come in. In fact, what he'd actually done is since COVID, they've recovered nearly 800,000 manufacturing jobs. But in fact, those are recovered jobs from when the country was at a standstill. You can't measure that. The government, the UK government, said this a similar thing. As much as the Conservatives, they're a mess. The Conservative government here, we're an embarrassment, really, and they deserve to lose power because they were out for themselves and they had no policies really. There was, if you know what I mean, without getting too into that. But they said the same thing about their thing about the growth from the economy. They said, "Oh, we're the fastest growing economy in the EU." Yeah, we're the first to bounce back. We're one of the biggest economies in the world. After COVID, we bounced back because we're bouncing back from COVID. In fact, we weren't growing as fast as the rest of Europe. We were growing back in proportion to the size of our own economy. So it's like it's the same thing. They've used a stupid fact. Oh, we've made 800,000 manufacturing jobs. No, you've gained back 800,000. The actual fact is that they've made 175,000 manufacturing jobs, not 800,000. We searched it up. We fact checked it. Not true. There's plenty of things that they said apart from that, which I couldn't fact check because obviously I was talking my ass off on the stream. So.
Well, the challenge is then how, since real people who believe in the Democrats and who are going to be disillusioned by the Democrats, how do we offer them a different option? Like we were talking about the third party options. There are 7 people running for the US presidential seat in November as of right now. I mean, we have 7. So the big question is, how do we get people to stop paying attention to the lies that the Democrats are spitting out so that we can have a real discussion in this country about policies?
Oh, here we go. Let's watch
You
this.
get electrocuted? I'll take electrocution every single time. Bing, 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 bing. She said Kamala has one big advantage. She's a very beautiful woman. I'm a better looking person than Kamala. He says she's not going to be a dictator. I said, no.
Can't understand
I'd
sarcasm.
like to congratulate Vladimir Putin for having made yet another great deal. Kim Jong-un I had a good relationship with. He's a tough, smart guy. Now, if I don't get elected,
I'm gonna go
it's
to
going to
the
be a
toilet, guys.
bloodbath.
Well, they're the weird ones. JD is not at all.
The people who are most deranged and most psychotic are people who don't have kids at home. Let's give votes to all children in this country, but let's give control over those votes to the parents of those children.
In 4 years, you don't have to vote again. We'll have it fixed so quick.
Yes, I did, Deborah. We're gonna touch on that. It's not just weird, it's dangerous. Wow.
Please welcome Stephanie Grisham.
Okay, I don't know who that is, so who cares? Um So yes, Lucy, what you were saying before about the third party system, I was talking about that with my husband, and he said, you know what they call that? They call that a protest vote, because you're gonna take away like the slither of percentage that you would have had for either side. But the problem is with the Democrat Party, they have such a cult following that they're gonna vote for her no matter what. Meanwhile, us Trump supporters or Republicans or whoever else, we're critical thinkers, somewhat, and if we do make that decision to split, it can also split the support for Trump, and then Trump would end up losing at the end of the day, and then Kamala would be president. And I was like, okay, that's what most people say. Most people believe that. But in my world and in my head, I'm thinking if enough of that percentage were like concrete third party voters, both would lose, the Democrats and the Republicans. Like it's time for both of them to lose, and then for the third party to rise up. But it would have to take so much that I don't think it's gonna happen in this cycle. It may be the next or the following cycles. I think that's gonna change. But for right now, I kind of like I hate I hate spewing establishment like talking points, because I'm like, we need to get behind Trump so that he could win this and not do like that protest vote. So I understand both angles of exactly what you said, exactly how I was thinking, and then exactly what he was saying. And that's what kind of sucks, is because they got so powerful that even if a third party were to rise up and try their hardest, they still wouldn't even make it, because they don't have enough money behind them. Like the debates were saying, we don't have the billions of dollars. We're not taking dark money. We're not taking foreign money. And it hurts because everybody else who is doing the dark stuff and all these billions of dollars, they're gonna win. But I can't afford for Kamala to win. You know what I'm saying? Like, in the back of my head, I'm like, I cannot afford for her to win. So I would have to bite that. I would have to like take the L, in my opinion, if I didn't want to vote for him, and say I have to vote for him anyways, because I cannot afford for her to win.
I understand. I completely understand, because I was right where you are in 2012. It was hard for me to believe that someone that spoke as eloquently as Obama could be such a warmonger. And I'm just being honest about how uneducated I was as a voter back, a decade ago, when I was first learning how to vote. And it's an interesting process, and it's one that I hope, I wish that everybody had the opportunity to read as much information as there is out there, right? But it takes so much time to, first of all, understand the voting rules in your own state, and then understand the voting rules at the federal level, and then who's already been in office. Are they doing a good job? Can we, all that stuff is a lot. And one thing, no one should be shamed for not knowing enough, because there are people who go to school for years and years and get political degrees who still don't know it all. So I'm applauding you for sticking with it and trying to learn more, and I appreciate you.
Oh yes, thank you, Lucy. And that's why I do it, because like those encounters that I have like in real life, when I talked about, when I talked to those women the other day, many years ago, when Trump was 2020, yeah, 2020. So when he was running again, and everybody was talking about it in the community, I used to live in this apartment complex, and all of our kids used to take the bus together. So I was talking with another mom, she was Black, and then I was talking to the third mom, she was white, and then I'm Hispanic, obviously. So we were all talking at the bus stop, and she overheard our conversation that I was having with the Black mother, and she got into our conversation and we were talking about Trump, and the black mother was like whispering to me that she was more in support of Trump and she didn't want to say that out loud. And I felt bad for her because I was like, wow, where did we reach the time in America that we can't even talk about things at the bus stop with our kids in fear of somebody else hearing us and judging us? You know what I felt bad. So I entertained the conversation because I was like, no, I totally agree with you. Like, you don't have to whisper. But that white woman that interjected in the conversation, she was like, do I hear you right that you like Trump, like you're supporting Trump? And then she confronted us about it, and we both looked at her and we were just like, yeah, I mean. And then we just started talking about like some basic stuff, and she said, well, I go to the university college in Tampa, and I take political science, and I can tell you that he's really bad for America. And then she gave the whole like DNC talking points, and we both just looked at each other and we were like, okay, like just because you take a political science course doesn't mean that you're smarter than two mothers who go shopping every day and are trying to raise our kids, and we can't even buy a dozen eggs or a gallon of milk, like I just told you earlier. So that kind of woke me up. I was like, wow, she thinks that higher education or a college course or whatever, and that because you take political science, that you think you know so much about politics. Meanwhile, I didn't go to school. I didn't graduate from college. I don't have any higher. I'm a survivor. You know what I mean? Like, you don't know people when you talk to them in the street, and that's why you shouldn't really talk like that and make yourself seem like you're better than other people. Because we just looked at her and we just stood quiet, like, okay, like you're a self-proclaimed genius. Congratulations, you want a cookie? Like, we still like Trump at the end of the day, and we were gonna vote for him in 2020. So when you said that, I totally agree with that. I don't think that just because you take a political course or whatever makes you more knowledgeable, or like, oh, take it from me, don't vote for him because I have a degree. Like, no.
Yeah, it is. Yep. And that's exactly where we have gotten to in this country is people are so afraid to just have a conversation with someone who has different beliefs than them. And quite frankly, it is scary, right? As XJWs, we were taught 3 times a week how to confront people about their beliefs, and we were taught to knock on people's door and talk about things that most people don't talk about in public, which is religion. So when it comes to politics and we see people reacting even more negatively than they did when we used to knock on their door and talk about God or the Bible, sometimes it can bring back those triggers for us, right? And it can be scary and frustrating all at the same time. But it's just an education process. And quite frankly, I had to take a year off in 2023 when I ran my campaign in 2022. It was almost 24/7. I was working on my campaign for 4 months straight. So I took a whole year off before I even started looking at politics again. So yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah, like Deborah just said, she got indoctrinated, not intelligence. And I do agree with that. I feel like those college campuses, there is like a secret agenda. When you come out of class, everybody's trying to influence you or something. And I don't like that. And then we see all these protests happening at the college campuses and stuff like that. And I've commented on that before. I was like, do you see them protesting for Israel, for Palestine, for Ukraine, for all these other countries? But America's in shambles and they don't even know about it because they're so distracted on what's happening overseas that you don't know what's happening in your own backyard.
Can I say something, Ruby?
Yes, go ahead.
I would say most universities are progressive left wing. The professors they're run by left wing people. It's everywhere. Most academics are left wing people. It's disproportionately left wing to right. So yeah, when it's like indoctrination, it is in a way, because everyone who is an academic is progressive. They're going to teach their students what they believe is right, and they're left wing. That's true. I mean, when I've been to university, it was the same thing in the UK, same thing in America, you know, and all the protests that happen. It's the thing is, the biggest protests happen at the most prestigious universities with the people who have the most money. So the thing is, the reason why they're protesting for other countries and not for your own country, America, is because they've come from a privileged background and they don't understand what it's like to struggle. Is essentially the point.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. But but as Teddy's, just to give you a little inside information, as Jehovah's Witnesses, they also demonize higher education. So that for us is kind of like a no regardless. So don't go to college, don't get higher education. Dedicate your life to Jehovah, to God. Go out in service. Be more
Control.
Yeah, okay, exactly. So then when we see that in the political world, it's we make a lot of comparisons, because then when I saw all like the indoctrination camps at the schools, even public schools, I hate them because of that. They're not teaching them to excel, to become entrepreneurs, to work for themselves. They're teaching them how to be a slave, how to be still from 9 to 5 and do what the teacher says, and it doesn't matter for the individual needs of the child. So when I look at that and how my brain is wired by how I was raised, it's easy for me to say, oh, of course, colleges are bad or whatever. So I have to have like a balanced view when it comes to higher education and stuff like that. So it is hard for me, but just like you said, it is a fact. Like some of them, like majority of them are left leaning, and it sucks, because even
overwhelming majority.
Yeah, it kind of sucks, but I wouldn't waste my money on that. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't go to school knowing that they don't have the same values as I do. The school doesn't really care about you. Like, I would have to go to a school that I believe in, like the principles are the same, the values are the same, maybe like a Christian or a Catholic school or something like that. I don't know, but that's how I think.
That's understandable. What are you yapping about?
$35, it's life changing for us.
The beauty of it is
another commercial.
Everything else
I'm trying to
goes
pay
up,
attention to these commercials, like Lucy said yesterday.
more
Pay attention to the
income,
commercials.
20, 30 bucks a month
I'm trying
more.
to.
His wife and I can go to the pub and have a burger and fries.
I can afford my rent. I can afford to feed my children. I can afford my insulin.
It's saving me a couple $1,000s a year, which is several trips to visit the grandkids.
So far as peaceful protest outside the convention. Thank you, Becky. I think it's Becky.
Grandchildren and maybe great grandchildren.
It meant I could.
There was a protest yesterday as well.
Harris will be in Maryland this afternoon to unveil a new plan cutting prescription drug costs. 10 popular drugs are affected by this, including cancer, diabetes, heart disease, and blood clot medications.
Seniors will save roughly $1.5 billion in out-of-pocket costs next year.
With Kamala Harris, I feel so hopeful.
Gigi says that he's making a 5-minute video. You will love it. Okay, Gigi.
Gigi, what a respectable looking guy he is. Just put that out there.
I'll lower the cost.
He's looking sharp. He's always looking sharp as that guy, isn't he?
Everyone. I am so excited. I can't hardly stand it. We're gonna only go forward. We can't go back.
Okay. So that was a kind of pandering to old people now for the medication.
And all the brothers and sisters from the unions across America who are rebuilding it brick by brick.
You're right, Ruby. The pandering is just straight pandering. It's virtue signaling pandering.
I want to throw a little bit of dirt. So here we go.
I can't believe that. I can't believe that people.
Dead ends and broken promises.
I can't believe people can actually listen to this and think. I can't believe people can actually listen to this and think, oh wow, this isn't just absolute bullshit. It's like, oh, a person driving a car, I can afford my rent, I can afford my food, I can afford this. Like, what? It's literally just the easiest, the most ridiculous like points possible. You know what I mean? It's like how silly can it get with a fucking political campaign? You know what I mean? Like, get a black person driving in the car. Like, I can afford everything. You know what I mean? Like, it's just ridiculous. It's just
I don't
stupid.
believe that. I don't believe that. Just before you came on, Teddy, I told Lucy, my cousin, we were talking with my cousin. They're from New York City. They're getting invaded by immigrants. They can't even get a place to live. So they still live at home with their parents. And she's like 30 something years old. They go to the store and a dozen eggs, so 12 eggs, is already hitting $9 because after tax and everything, it's hitting $9. So just imagine a gallon of milk. If it was like $5, $4 before, imagine that a little like almost doubled on the food prices. That's how crazy it's getting.
$9 for a dozen eggs. I mean, in London, eggs would be probably about much more. You know, that's where the prices are the highest in the UK. At least there'd be probably maximum £4 for £6 for a dozen eggs. Bearing in mind the pound's slightly stronger than the dollar. $9 for a dozen of eggs is just ridiculous. I mean, come on. I have family that live in New Jersey and everything like that. Luckily, they're quite well off, so they probably won't deal with that. But they have said as well the prices are just unattainable for the normal person. Like the normal person, the working class of New York and everything like that, big city America. You know, it's how could you believe in the American dream when you're seeing you know, you could buy if you have a family. You have a family. The American dream's been busted for a long time. We know that, but still, they still hang on to it a little bit. It gets talked about less and less, though. It gets talked about less and less. I think every year, it's slowly petering out. It's more like, you know, it's not the American dream. The American dream now is like surviving.
It's a nightmare. It's not a dream. It's a nightmare. Because how are you going to buy 12 eggs with a family of 5? I'm a family of 5. So for 12 eggs, almost $9.
That's just a couple of days worth. Right? It's nothing.
One day. That's one day. Because for each kid, it's 2 eggs. So that's ridiculous. In Florida, you know how you get like the big pack of eggs. I don't know. Maybe it's like 20 or 30 eggs in a pack, like that big one. That one was like $13 the last time that I bought them. And that was high for me because before it used to be like $9, $10. Now it was like $13 to $14. And that was at Publix. So in Florida, that's the biggest like supermarket chain. But if you go to Winn-Dixie, which is like cheaper, or Aldi's, or like you would have to shop elsewhere that is not as nice.
Aldi.
Right. Okay. So well, in America, it's not as nice as Publix or Winn-Dixie, like the bigger chains. So I never shopped at Aldi's. I've never gone there. I'm the Publix mom. Like I don't go to Walmart. You know what I mean? Like I go to Target. So you know, like I don't know if that makes any sense to anybody, but if you get it, you get it. So I had to stop shopping at Publix because it's so expensive, and I've had to start shopping at Winn-Dixie. And I don't think you know how much of I guess I'm a woman. It's a woman thing because to change your supermarket, and I had to start shopping at Winn-Dixie. I'm dying. My skin crawls to walk into a Winn-Dixie. I don't know, Lucy. Can you relate to that?
Yeah, I can totally relate. I understand. It's challenging. I do not have small children. I'm grateful, but food prices has definitely changed. It has definitely changed my shopping habits for sure. Some of my stuff I do since post-COVID, a lot of the shopping that I do on a regular basis is delivered to me because it's cheaper to buy it online than it is to go into the grocery store. So that's how things have changed for me.
So you're saying it's cheaper to buy online?
Yep.
That's shocking. In fact, I suppose even here in the UK, you know, with my family as well, and where I've shopped, I've always gone for the cheapest option because the quality of the food in the UK isn't so much of a there's less of a disparity in the quality, I think, in America, because you guys have got like ultra processed food. Oh, who's this? Oh, here we go.
Oh my goodness.
I'll be right back.
Likewise. What y'all trying to do? I didn't know Bruno Mars was bald.
Yeah, I don't think that's
Lucy, since when did he become bald?
Yeah, I don't think it's Bruno Mars.
I know, I'm sarcasm, my darling.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, you can pretty much see how the outline goes. They're at the top of the hour, they're gonna say how much we hate Trump. Trump, be scared. Trump, scared, scared, scared. And then they're gonna play some music so everybody dances and feels good about themselves. It's just recycle and repeat. It's just really sad.
I think it's just more so like viewer engagement as well. Like think about it's a great song. I think it's more about viewer engagement though. I mean, like, come on now. The Republican National Convention wasn't viewed as much, as far as I know from last night. The Democrat National Convention last night was viewed much more than the Republican one. And it's pretty obvious why, because in the Republican one, it's a political show. It's a political debate. They're laying out their policies. They're laying out strongly what they're going to say. And yes, they may attack the other side and all that, but they've spent the entire time talking about fucking politics. That's the main point, you know? In the Democrats, look at this. There's just people, they're dancing in the crowd the whole time, you know? It's like when Trump does a campaign show. At a campaign show, he puts on, you know, his music. Everyone has a little dance and stuff to hype him up. This is, you know, they're hyping themselves up all night long just for a little speech of just for a little speech at the end. But when they do the speech, what is it? It's just it's a short, snappy speech, fiery thing talking about how we need to protect democracy. The other side is ruining democracy. You know, it's pretty obvious what they're doing. They're appealing specifically to black voters, especially to minority communities as well, because they know that the majority of them don't usually vote, and they're putting on these big shows and stuff. They're banking on the fact that they'll come around.
Mm-hmm.
Trump, the Republicans, they didn't do that. They didn't do that.
So would you be interested in hearing about some things that the Democrats use their money to try and stifle voters, and they actually try to stifle third-party candidates as well. We just recently here in Arizona had our primary, and I can tell you real quickly about what happened if you're interested.
Go ahead, yeah.
So we have been struggling here in Arizona to gain our ballot access, which means that it allows our candidates to be printed on the ballot in the fall. And when we achieved ballot status last fall, however, they still couldn't figure out there's still a few other things going on behind the scenes whenever you first get your ballot status. And you can write yourself in for the primary, and other people would be able to vote for you, but it's in your primary. So just the Greens. We're trying to take care of that. And there was a Democratic candidate and a Republican candidate who changed their registration to green and put their name in and spent money to get people to sign their petition so that they could be on our primary. The Democratic candidate actually raised almost $35,000 in about 4 weeks, but he would not have, I'm sure he's not going to donate any of that money to the Green Party.
I see what you mean. So they use other political affiliations to garner more money from people who
Yes.
don't want to vote for either side.
Yes.
Is that right? So,
Yes.
but I know in America as well, it's such a two-party system. You know, it's like with RFK now. In fact, you know, I really like RFK. I like it. I like a lot about RFK. And if he had a better chance, you know, I would, in my opinion, my ultimate, you know, I would love to see RFK and Trump work together. To be honest, I think that they would get the vote and they would steamroll Kamala and the Dems right now. If she was the VP pick for Trump, sorry, if he was the VP pick for Trump instead of what's his name? Can't remember his bloody name.
JD
Vance. Yeah, JD Vance. Yeah, sorry, brain fart. I was thinking of Waltz the whole time. Oh gosh.
Yep.
Anyway, no. If I think that if RFK and Trump worked together, I think that they would appeal to liberals more than Trump can, because Vance is so quite almost far right. He's more far right than Trump almost. I think that in a lot of his stuff. And you know, that's disaffecting a lot of the left vote, and a lot of the left voted for Trump in 2016. You know, a lot of the left didn't like Hillary because it's obvious that she was superficial. It's obvious she was a liar, and she wasn't young. The problem is now is that Kamala does have, it seems like, the young vote in her hand, and it seems like Trump picks Vance. Vance is disaffected from the youth. He seems also he's a young guy. He's a younger guy, but you know he's traditionally conservative, and he's very Christian. He's very anti-abortion, and I think that someone like RFK, despite him politically disagreeing slightly to Trump, him and Trump having a unity would definitely appeal to the left-wing vote, and I think that would be beneficial for the party. It's sad that he has to run as a third-party independent, because the two-party system in America, how democratic really is that? You know, in the UK, it's not just a two-party system. It is a two-party system, but we've got other parties on the rise. It just takes years and years for them to join.
Just really quickly, Jane says, does anyone know which U.S. states have the most electoral votes? So if anybody in the chat wants to enlighten Jane, because I don't know, but I do know, I think California has like a big number.
It's the battleground states, isn't it? It's the swing states.
Yeah,
it's usually like Pennsylvania, not Wisconsin. Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania's the main one, I believe. You might get your wish. Deborah,
Yeah, because
I hope so.
RFK might
It would make sense. It would make sense.
That's a waste of time. He wasted his time. Everybody else wasted their time with this. And I'm gonna also where's her comment? She said about this reporter. I gotta show it, Deborah. Thank you for bringing it up. I'm gonna show this really quickly. When Trump said this,
I didn't see this, so I'm excited to see this. And then I want to answer Jane's question about the immigrants in Arizona if she wants.
Okay, so Deborah says, a reporter asked Trump why he came to Howell because of its white supremacist history, the 70s. He asked the reporter, who came here in 2021? Reporter replied, Biden. Laughter. It was epic. Okay, so let's watch it.
Who was here in 2021? Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
I love it. I love it. Okay, Lucy, go ahead. You can answer Jane's question.
I think she was asking about if she's probably seen some news about issues with immigrants. Where I am physically, there's no issues with immigrants. But what we do have a problem with is about 10,000 U.S. citizens, Arizona citizens who are homeless living near the Capitol. And that is caused by the companies who have come into this state from California and they bought up a bunch of housing. And we have houses that are sitting empty because we have greedy, greedy, greedy capitalists who are not wanting. I think rent right now for a 1-bedroom apartment within a 10-mile radius of my house is over 1,200 for a 1-bedroom apartment.
Yeah.
It is outrageous for a 2-bedroom, 2-bath house or a 2-bedroom, 2-bath, even just an apartment. It's a 2,500. It's ridiculous. There's nobody's buying their first house in this market right now. I'm just telling you.
Well, you're quite right. It's like the average salary is like 40 grand in America, almost
Yeah.
below that really. And the average house price is $447,000, I believe. So it's like, I looked at a stat that said back in the 70s, 60s, 70s, it was, the average wage was about I don't know, 7 grand or something a year. The average house price, no, it was about 4.5 grand, I believe. Average house price 11 grand. It's like 3 years you could buy yourself a house with about 1,200 square foot. You'd be doing fine. You could have that house would sell for a lot more money in today's price. It's a bubble, the housing market. It's the same here. But it'll collapse. It will eventually collapse. It will be an eventual collapse, really. We all know that.
Yes. Yep.
Hi, Gigi.
Oh, hey, how you doing?
How's it going?
Good. Hey, I just wanted to talk a little bit about what Lucy was saying about here in Phoenix. Yeah, one bedroom gets you $1,200, but when you start doing, watching people in YouTube, see, they're apostates, just like you're an apostate. There's apostates in the financial, in the real estate, in car industry, political, everywhere. There's people telling you stories on YouTube about the real story that is being hidden. And so like what Lucy was mentioning about the rents, it makes a lot of people are saying that, see, what's happening is a lot of these companies are being funded by basically the Federal Reserve and their cronies. So BlackRock and other companies will come in and buy a house $50,000, $60,000 over the asking price. And so what happens? It drives the price up. But then also these apartment complexes are being bought out by companies who just get free loans from the government because they're connected with, like BlackRock's. BlackRock can borrow until time indefinite. BlackRock could borrow money even into the new system. That's how much money they have at their disposal. So what they'll do is they can afford to they can buy a complex and raise the rates. Another thing too is they can also lower the rates in certain areas to make their competition lose money, and that's happening right now, like in the commercial real estate. That's why they're talking about a commercial real estate crash. And then who goes in there and buys all of this real estate after the commercial real estate crash? Well, it's not a coincidence that Warren Buffett has sold everything and he's sitting on a pile of cash. Look it up. Because these people create bubbles so they can explode and they can come in and purchase them. So the real estate problem that we have in Phoenix, in my opinion, is because you're lending. These companies are allowed to borrow, and buy, and this drives the price up and everybody out. And so you can't afford to buy a house, so you rent it. And who are you going to rent it from? BlackRock. Also, if you look if you type,
you're very right.
But if you type in about foreclosures, if you, Ruby, or try to foreclose somebody on your house, it'll take an act of God to get the sheriff to get the people out. But if you're like 10 days late, The BlackRock properties are able to evict people at lightning speed. So these things are not cool. And this is what you're learning from apostates. I call them apostates on YouTube. You know, in the financial industry. You'll never see them on CNN. You'll never see them on MSNBC. But they're telling you, how is it that I can't evict somebody, but that BlackRock apartment can?
Right.
Well, it's because they have infinite financial backing. It's BlackRock. They basically own every company on Wall Street, really.
Well, really quickly, did you see this video of this Colorado woman talking about the immigrants, a Venezuelan gang overtaking a apartment complex?
Show it.
So I'm not one to talk politics. Never have been. I try to stay out of those conversations. I've always respected what everyone feels and thinks. I still do. But I don't think a lot of you understand what's happening in our country right now, mainly because most of you don't live in a sanctioned city. I live in Denver. So the people that are living in these sanctioned cities, we are slowly losing control of our cities. And the government's not doing anything. Governor Polis in Colorado, he is not doing anything about the apartment complex that has been taken over by Venezuelan gang members that have come over illegally. They have robbed 10 gun shops in Denver in the past month. They are strapping up. And this is just the first step. They're seeing what they can get away with. And so far, they've been in this apartment complex for almost a month. The police can't do anything about it. We haven't brought in reinforcements. And they're just living in this apartment complex they overtook and no one's doing anything. What do you think they're going to do next? They're going to start overtaking more apartment complexes, more buildings, more facilities. What did our country think was going to happen when their time was up in the hotels we provided to them? I had a feeling they were going to start overtaking things. And that's what's starting to happen. It takes a lot to scare me. I've been to third world countries, never really been freaked out or nervous. Never thought that I would have to buy a gun to feel safe. And even when I get my gun in a couple days, I don't even know if I'll still feel safe, but at least I'll have a weapon. I've never been against guns, but I've also never thought that I'm going to need to buy a gun for safety. But here we are. Here we are. And if you don't live in a sanctioned city, I really, really encourage you to do some research and see what's happening to our country. I understand if you're a Democrat and you have your reasons, right? Abortion, you're pro-abortion and same-sex marriage. I'm fine with that. I understand we all have our own opinions and our beliefs, and that's important to a lot of you. But I hope you understand that although those are important topics when it comes to voting, if Trump or someone else is not in office other than Camila, whatever her name is, that stuff's not going to matter because we will not have a country like we have now or have had. So it's not going to matter if abortion is legal or not. It's not going to matter if same-sex marriage is legal or not because we're not going to have America anymore. It's not going to be the land of the free. It's not going to be what we have known our whole lives. We're living in a very scary time right now, and a lot of you just don't realize it, mainly because you're not in a sanctioned city, which is great. I'm honestly happy that you guys are not living in a sanctioned city. But for those of us that are, you really just need to pay attention to what's happening because soon they're going to leave the sanctioned cities, and some of them already have and have gone to different states, cities. So if you think it's only going to happen in these sanctioned cities, you're very wrong. It's eventually going to spread, but this is where it's starting, and they are slowly taking over Denver. It's happening right before our eyes, and no one's doing anything about it. If I would get pulled over on the side of the road and had guns in my vehicle or pounds of marijuana or cocaine, guess who's getting arrested? Me. Obviously, it's illegal. I'm doing things I shouldn't be doing. But these people are coming in, doing all sorts of illegal things and not getting arrested, not getting kicked out of the country. We're handing these people money. We are handing these people tools to find ways and make it possible for them to overtake certain places and cities. I'm very nervous. I have a hard time even falling asleep at night right now because that's how nervous I am. And again, that's not like me. I'm not typically someone who gets nervous or afraid. Homeless people don't freak me out. You know, you see the people on the streets tweaking out from drugs. That stuff doesn't freak me out. What freaks me out is these Venezuelan gang members that are overtaking the city of Denver. And I know it's happening in other sanctioned cities. And I feel like half of the world, half of America, half of the United States doesn't understand what's happening. And that's what scares me the most, is that it's just not known that this is happening. So I just encourage you to do your research on what's happening right now. Venezuelan, it's actually a fact and known. You can find this online, that they emptied their prisons, which is where all of these gang members came from. It's actually a gang known in Venezuelan prison. That's who's in our country right now. It's not just Venezuelans that wanted a better life. They emptied their prisons out. Venezuelan, if you look up the facts right now, their murders have gone down 80% since our border opened. Where do you think they are? They're here. They're in America. Guys, again, I don't care if you're a Democrat. I don't care. I don't care. I respect it. But I'm telling you, being pro-abortion, same-sex marriage, I know all of that is important, but it is not going to matter because our world will go to shit. Our country is going to go to shit if we do not put someone back in as president like Trump. And I'm not a diehard Trump person. I never have been. I think he can be arrogant, says stupid shit, but what's happening right now is not okay. It's not okay. So I would really just encourage you guys to do your research. Democrat, Republican, whatever your views are. Right now, I don't think that matters. I don't think it matters if we're Democrat, Republican. We need to all come together as one to fix what's happening in our country. Because if we don't, we're not going to have one to then vote Democrat or Republican. It's not going to matter because we're not going to have, it's just mind blowing that this is happening and no one's doing anything about it. I'm being led to buy a gun just to feel safe. That's crazy. That's crazy. So please just do your research, guys. Be woke. I guess that's a term that these young people are using, be woke. But seriously, wake up because you and your kids are eventually not going to be safe if this continues. So yeah, guys, I mean, I don't even have anything else to say. I just really felt led to share something that's going on in Denver because I feel like so many people don't realize what is happening. And
Interesting.
Yeah, and what are your thoughts, guys?
See, that explains the rent crisis because in Scottsdale, right, the rich part of Phoenix, there's a couple hotels where people were protesting because it's 100% migrants. But this is the problem where Lucy addressed about the greed. So here you have a guy, let's just say I own the apartment complex. I am willing to receive full occupancy money from the government. I'm willing to receive a check quietly and house all of these people in my hotel, and knowing that this is not going to, that one, this is not good for the country, and number two, it increases the price of apartments and hotel rooms. So the average citizen used to pay $79, $80, a night for a hotel. Now it's double that. You guys know that. So why is that? Because one, Americans are accepting the bribe from the federal government who's paying out the money, and that's why we're in debt. You see it. It's a big circle. So that explains a lot of our rent problems and our and like the hotel problems too. These buildings are being used, and a lot of Americans are being quiet and accepting the check, and that's the sad part, in my opinion.
Well, I'd agree with you, Gigi. It's they are using hotels and they're spending astronomical amounts to house migrants in immigrants in those buildings. It's the same thing happening all over the West. Really, it's not just America. It's the UK as well. A lot of the riots here were due to the fact that they're being housed in the hotels. You can't get a cheap hotel anymore because all the cheap hotels are being packed with migrants. They're booked up all year round, and they're staying there. There's no houses for them. There's no place for them to stay. The taxpayers' money is going straight to housing them in their hotels. That is very true. You make a good point. I would say also sanctuary cities, you know, every single one of them, there's a doctrine of not stopping or not of allowing crime to take place from people who are not they're allowing crime, and they're allowing people to do violent crime as well, especially to people of color. They're allowing them fully. You know, it's sad. White people are going to get there's more white people who are being arrested in a lot of these sanctuary cities than people of color. I think Lucy said that, you know, you could get stopped as a white person and you'd get done for that. You'd get done for that. But they would stop a migrant. They say, "Oh, you're new here."
Yep. Lucy, do you have any thoughts that you would like to share about that clip?
So, I mean, I'm gonna ask the same question that we have been asking of the Democrats. What are the receipts? I mean, I'm not discounting that this woman has probably seen one incident where a hotel is being overrun by individuals who seem like they're doing something nefarious. I'm not going to doubt that. However, do we have stats? The stats that I have seen is that Obama actually deported more people than Trump did. And then after Trump was out of office, Biden picked that back up and started deportations again. So I don't understand why the thought process is that Trump is going to give us more protection at the border since he's not the one who's been doing more deportations. Now, I don't agree with what the Democrats are doing either. I'm just saying if we're going to have a real world conversation about it, I would like to see some stats. I'd like to see how many people
I've got them here for you.
Yeah.
So to read the stats, give me a second. So, high demand for shelter. Thousands of migrants arrived in New York City. Officials sought for immediate housing solutions, led to a conversion of numerous hotels into shelters, which provided a quick response to the growing humanitarian crisis. Extent of hotel conversions. Approximately 80% of the city's migrant shelters are now located in hotels. Hotels are in. This is New York in specific. But across America, it's a similar story. I imagine, and I imagine that it'll be a similar story across all. New York obviously is a massive city, but sanctuary cities like New York are going to be the same thing. There's no migrant shelters for them that they built. They haven't got the money to build them, but they have got the money somehow to pay hotels astronomical amounts to house the migrants. That's true.
They have to because they in New York City. It's the law is that they have to. So if there's a crisis, the law states, I mean, I don't know specifically, but basically it means that they would have to reallocate the money from the fire department, from the police, from other, social services. They would have to defund those programs to fund these programs because the New York City is a sanctuary city. They have to do it. That's why Eric Adams, the mayor, he was trying to change that law. And it was hilarious because I'm like, this is a Democratic mayor and he's doing something that goes against one of their values as a Democratic voter. This is what they want at the end of the day. So yeah, they had to pay hotels and buy the whole thing out, every single room, which is like $200 a night for an American, but the immigrant gets it for free. And it has happened. There's a really good YouTuber. If anybody wants to go check it out on your free time, his name is Cash Jordan, and he's a New Yorker YouTuber. I love the guy, and he's a real estate agent. So he covers these real estate apartments and stuff like that in New York. And he was saying exactly what you're saying. Oh, this is what's happening here. The crisis here. And he will literally go there with his camera and look at the hotel and they were like barricading the doors. They weren't even letting people go in the hotel. Why can't I go in the hotel, the lobby? Why can't I even ask for a room? So they were denying New Yorkers a room because they were already sold out. They're like, sorry, we're sold out. And it's like, well, who are you sold out to? Why are all the hotels sold out all of a sudden? So that makes people angry. And then they started the protesting, and they were forcing Adams to change the law.
Got it. So let's say tomorrow, the four of us are in charge, and we've got immigrants in our city who are living there, who we don't know what status they are. What are we going to do with them? What's the right thing to do in this situation?
Well, can I tell you that? And he's a highly decorated general from a Jehovah's Witness family, Dwight David Eisenhower, who in his pins, the many pins that he had in his chest, not just for World War II, but some of the pins that he had in his chest were the same ones that Patton and other great generals had. And when they were young, they patrolled the southern border. So the answer a lot of people are saying is that the military needs to leave Uganda, needs to leave Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan. They need to leave all of these places. And Ron Paul talks about this, and they need to come back, and the military needs to do what the great generals of the past always did when they were young, which was defend the border. And then what the president, Dwight David Eisenhower, whose face is in the US dollar coin, did Operation Wetback. Operation Wetback was successful. Mexican illegals and people from other countries self-deported rather than having the government do it. So you can do it. If there's a will, there's a way, because there has to be a rule. There has to be a rule.
Gigi,
Go ahead.
I'm going to challenge that. Even if the border was completely secured right now, it would not help that woman in Denver who claims that the hotels in Denver are taken over by a Venezuelan gang. I'm talking about the people who are already here. What are we going to do about that?
You deport them. You deport them just like Dwight David Eisenhower, and it was a successful 50s. The Roaring 50s were huge and successful, and gave you Elvis Presley as a byproduct.
Gigi, could I challenge you again? So the Roaring 50s, they were roaring because of the massive financial gain from the loans that the US gave to Europe from the World War II. America made a lot of money off of Europe during and after World War II to rebuild every city which was bombed. America never got touched during World War II, and they had the least amount of troops that died. They had, as much as they did win the war eventually for us, they joined late, and and it was the righteous thing to do. However, we were paying back those loans for a long time. Europe, we were paying them for ages. Also to state again, in order to do what you say, you need to have a mass mobilization of American troops in order to and that costs a lot of money also. So we have a lot of defense spending. You have a lot of defense spending. It's through the roof at the moment because of Ukraine, but that would mean allocating money which goes from Ukraine to the border and you could use maybe the National Guard, but not the military, I think, to do that. And also doing that as well back in the 50s, people like Mexicans and black people, they were still seen as second-class citizens. So you're basically removing those people to second-class citizens, which makes America somewhat of a racist state. You can't do that in today's society. That's the problem. As much as that seems like an easy solution to just deport everyone using the military, it's the same thing for the UK. Stop the boats by just getting the fucking military to go.
But illegals are not citizens. They're not citizens, so that doesn't really matter, in my opinion.
But Ruby, Teddy is very young and inexperienced, and a decorated man who has the receipts. His name is General Eisenhower. He already did it. And that's why Donald Trump mentioned Eisenhower. And then as far as what he said about the money, this is what people don't understand. He who has the gold makes the rules. The United States entered the war like 2 years before it ended. But here's the thing. It wasn't a coincidence that Germany and Britain and France had depleted all of their gold And guess who has the gold? Once the United States had secured all of the gold from England and all of the gold from Paris and also from Germany,
You've sold all of it now, mate.
hold on a
You've
second.
got no Federal Reserve.
Then what happened is everybody starts using the dollar, but before that, everybody used the pound. Now we refer to the pound as like a pound per chicken. We don't think of pound when it comes to meat. So it was a great
Still stronger than your currency.
But it was a great strategic move by part of the United States. So our young friend,
You squandered it now, though, haven't you?
But our young friend thinks that you can dictate policy by Wikipedia versus looking at our ancestors. And I'm saying we had a person who lived 70 years ago who actually got the job done. This is very recent history, and he didn't. And the military was only used to help the border patrol. It wasn't. They weren't going around the country rounding people up. That's why we have sheriffs and local police departments. But if there's a will, there's a way, and it can be done. And listen, if these people will break the first law coming into your country, they'll break the law. How do you think they're going to drive in traffic? Yeah. What do you think they're going to do in your schools? And nothing.
JJ.
This is the problem with our young friend. Our young friend doesn't understand that the foundation of their coming here, their foundation is on quicksand. But people who come here the right legal way, they come with a rock solid foundation.
Right.
And Jesus talked about at the end of the
So could I say, so Gigi, to cut you short. So for one, the legal migration in most Western countries, including America, is completely broken. The system is sluggish. It's not as fast as it should be. You can't get in legally properly. The vetting process isn't good enough, and we both know that, you know. And also, try not to insult me for being, you know, a Wikipedia nerd. I mean, where'd you get your information from yourself, apart from you know? I'd like to, but you're quick to insult. You're quick to insult, Gigi.
Yes, because I am insulted by your comments because we've already.
But you shouldn't. Why should you be? If you can't take I wasn't insulting anything to you. I think that Eisenhower is a great man. I think that Eisenhower is a great man, and I think that he in a way saved Europe as well. I've got nothing wrong with Eisenhower. You're asking as if I'm against America and your values. I'm not. I respect America and their values, and I love America and what they stand for. But you know, you can't just insult me for being young when I bring up different points to what you agree with. And
absolutely, because your arguments are that of a young man who doesn't, like Jesus says in the very end of the Sermon on the Mount, whose ideas are built on quicksand, on sand, but they're not built on rock. And what is rock? Legal immigration. Illegal immigration is sand, and legal immigration is rock. So people that come into this country obeying the laws will be law-obeying citizens. People that come into this country disobeying the law will become disobeying citizens. And you, my young friend, I'm telling you this because I love you, but nobody has ever talked to you this way.
Thank you, Gigi. No, I appreciate it because I am young and ignorant as well. This is why I like when older people come up here, because me and Teddy are like Gen Z, right? Like 90s babies. So this is actually good for me as well. So don't take it too personal, Teddy. But just really quickly.
It's okay. But I'm not taking it personally. Don't worry. I think
just really quickly. Okay, hold on one second. Just really quickly, because he said Operation Wetback, and I started laughing because I was like, "What is that a real thing?" So I googled it really quickly, and I'm just gonna read a quick description about what Gigi mentioned. Operation Wetback was a massive U.S. immigration law enforcement deportation program conducted during 1954. It resulted in the forced immediate return to Mexico of as many as 1.3 million Mexicans who had entered the United States illegally. The program was originally conceived during World War II to combat a wartime dearth of agricultural laborers due to military service and a shift by agricultural workers to better paying manufacturing jobs. Financed through taxpayer labor subsidies, the plan lasted until 1964. And that's the first time that I heard about this.
Ruby,
Yeah.
Ruby, I know about Operation Wetback, and I would agree that that would be the thing that I'd like to see in the UK. I'd like to see it in America as well. No, absolutely no shadow of a doubt. I'd love to see that. I'd love to see I think everyone in the West would love to see a mass deportation of immigrants as well, because it's out of control. I agree with you on that. GG, no problem. However, my point is, and you say, oh, you're young, this is what you think about young. The young people in America, there's a lot of them now, and there's a lot of them in the UK, there's a lot of them in the West. The young people are the new generation. They're who you're going to get appeal to the votes for. This is what the Democrats are doing now. Look at them, like as you see on the screen right now. They're appealing to the young voters, getting rappers up on stage, getting all this, that. My point is, you cannot do that in this society now with all the young people, all of the people who are left. You can't do a mass immigration program using the military because it won't slide with voters. It will not slide with voters. You won't be able to get that backing. It's not World War II anymore. So, you know, you have to, as much as you can, thank you, buddy. But as much as, you know, you can say, oh, it's the right thing, this is what the great people in our country did, and as much as you may have been slightly insulting, you have to understand as well that, you know, in this society that we live in now, 2024, you can't just get a mass mobilization of the military to deport en masse all the immigrants, because that will be seen as racist. That's
Wow.
okay. Well.
Wow. Hey, Ruby. So this is the problem that I would have with him as a young person, because when he should be sitting back and taking notes as elders speak, he would know that the wisest man that ever lived was King Solomon. And you know what King Solomon said? King Solomon in Ecclesiastes, he would worry at night that everything that he had built, one of the greatest nation, not the United States, the greatest nation that ever existed was the nation of Israel under the reign of King Solomon. And he worried that when he died, whether his
he was Zionist.
So no. So I'm going to finish my point real quick. So King Solomon's lament in Ecclesiastes was, is my son going to continue this great nation that I had built? And guess what happened with what the young kid did? When King Solomon died, the young kid did not listen to the elderly, did not listen to the Constitution, did not listen to the rock solid foundation of truth. And the country was divided into civil war. The 10 nations, the 10 tribes of the north ceased to exist. And now Israel is Judah and Benjamin, just 2 of 12 states. So it would be like the whole United States dying and only Texas and Florida surviving. This is what happens when young people like Teddy don't take notes and think that we're young and it's our turn now. No, it's your turn to listen and listen.
I never said it was our turn. I simply said you have to, in society now, the things that you were saying, which you would like to see implemented. I'm simply not saying that, oh, you know, I can't agree with that because I'm young and that's not what I have grown up with. What I'm simply saying is that the culture has changed. The culture is different. You're in America where most young people aren't religious anymore, and as much as that's disappointing for myself and for you guys as well, it's a simple fact that most people aren't as religious as you, and they're not going to see the religious aspect behind it. So you have to understand as well that in order to get in order to understand and implement those policies, you can't do it nowadays. You cannot do it because there's too many young people, and there's too many people who are progressive. They see people as humans. They don't see them as you know, like as immigrants, migrants. They see them as humans. I'm not saying that I'm not saying I don't agree with you, Gigi. I've stated before that I would love to see, you know, if we could just ship half of the buggers off, you know, that would be the right thing to do, and it would save a lot of money. It would save a lot of the working class jobs. That's the right thing to do, in my opinion. But you can't do it, is my problem. That is my point. You cannot do it in this society. That's the point.
We can. No, that's the point. The point is we can and we should. And as the younger generation, we do need to be taking notes, right, from history and from people like Gigi, from Jimmy, from Lucy, from all.
I'm listening. I agree with him. I agree with him fully. I agree with that, and I
But
agree
when
with
you
you, Rudy.
say things like we can't. I remember Lucy on another stream. She said the same thing. Oh, I can't. I because I live in a city. I can't grow my own food. I can't do this. And then Wild Wall, if anybody remembers, he was like, but why do you say you can't? I mean, just try to do something simple, something small. We gotta start somewhere. But we can get there. We need to make the sacrifice. We need to take the L because our older generations got us into this problem in the first place. So we need to in my opinion, this is just my opinion, we need to make radical change for mass deportations to round them up and bring them back to where they came from because they were sold a false dream, a false lie that they can pass borders and stuff like that.
I agree with you. I fully agree with you. I fully agree with you. And I wasn't trying to argue with Gigi. I was simply telling him and you guys that it would be incredibly difficult to pass that law, to pass that into the public. The public simply won't agree with it. That's my point. I'm not the public, you know? Gigi, we love you. Don't worry about it. It's okay.
Yeah.
And I do respect your points. I do respect your points. And obviously, you know,
I agree with you, Teddy. I agree with you. But I think that's the problem. We need to re-educate or vote out these boomers and put in my opinion, America first representatives, presidents, administrations that care about our country first and put everybody else last. And it might sound, like you said before, it's going to sound like a racist state. It's going to sound like this because in this society, we're not like this. This is 2024. This is not the 1950s. I get that. But if we need to revive that dream, that's the only way to do it, in my opinion.
I think that also you're very right. I think you're completely right, Ruby. I agree with you fully, to be honest. And I think that also it is re-education, but I think also there needs to be Bible studies in school in America again. You know, there needs to be Christianity preached in America again, because it's losing you're losing the point. The multicultural society's always worked for America. The melting pot has always been a thing. We always know that America succeeded because of immigration. America itself is an immigrant nation, you know, from the beginning and to now. However, it's out of control. Here's Jenny's girlfriend.
Yeah, exactly right.
I love this guy. Gigi's hilarious.
I love him too, and his brother. They're hilarious. They're hilarious.
But you're very right, Ruby. I fully agree with you. Don't think that I don't agree with you. I fully do, and I think it's a righteous thing to implement those policies. But my point is convincing the rest of the nation. It will be very difficult, but will also be very challenging as well to implement re-education as well, because the education now is left-wing wishy-washy politics bollocks. We all know that.
Hi, Jimmy.
Hey, good evening, y'all. How y'all doing?
Hey, Jimmy.
Good. What's up?
Hey, I am on my way to the job site that I got to work at this evening, but I wanted to jump on here just real quick. I only got like 3 or 4 minutes to say something, but I wanted to chime in on this subject real quick, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
Yes, go ahead.
All is. So I think what a lot of folks don't understand is they don't understand the bigger picture to what's really going on with the immigration around the world, especially in the West. For one, try to sneak into Russia illegally and request money and all that. Try to do that in other countries as well. It's not going to happen. You're going to get arrested. You're going to get kicked out, and that's going to happen. So what folks don't understand is the World Economic Forum, BlackRock, Council of 300, they have always wanted to push for what? A new world order. And what's one of the aspects of the new world order? No borders. And once your country is overrun by illegal immigration, then you literally have no border, so your country falls. We can see the the beginnings of that with the UK. We can see that with the United States. You know, like that girl in the video talking about Aurora, Colorado. You know, those people in that, they should be deported. I don't give a rat's behind about them being human or anything. They're in here illegally. Send them home.
Right.
And it's that easy.
Mhm.
Now the thing is once you invade a country, you ruin the individual nationalism of that country. Look at France. Does France look like it did 50 years ago?
Mm-mm.
No. Does the UK look like it did 30 years ago? No. And that's their goal. They want to blend the nations. They don't want and you can look this up.
I agree.
God, what's the name of it? Oh Jesus, I just had a brain
Great
fart.
replacement theory.
Yes, thank you. The Great Replacement. They want to say it's a theory, but how many times? I'm gonna pull over. How many times has a theory been proven to be true? And so that's what they want to do. That's why they pushed, different things like, I'm gonna pull into here, same-sex, or not same-sex, but interracial marriages. They want to get rid of, basically the white race. That's what they want. That's what they want to do. So how, yeah, Teddy, I understand that, we live in a society now to where the young people won't stand for that. Well, you know what? They need to be educated on this.
Right.
They need to understand the bigger picture of what's going on. And you have all these illegal immigrants coming into any country. It's going to put a stress on the financial system of that country. And that's what's happening. That's why, according to, going back to what Lucy said, that's why a 2-bedroom, 2-bath apartment is $1,400 a month, because they're putting that stress on the society, because they have to take money away from goods and services that are meant for the citizens to push their agenda. That's what it is. And deportation is something that needs to happen, especially if they're in here illegally. Now, if they have a real reason, if their country is in war and they're seeking asylum or something, okay, that's legit. That can be proven. But just to say, I'm coming over the border because I'm seeking asylum, from what? And they can't prove anything.
It's asylum from their shitty economies, their shitty food prices, all that.
So they're gonna.
But like that is the reason why they're coming over. It's not because it's.
With that being said, Teddy, so they're leaving a country because of their shitty economy, like you said.
But they're only leaving because it's so easy to get into the UK, which you're right about it being a replacement theory, because they're letting them come in is the point.
Exactly.
So you are right on that. However, it's not there in their minds. It's in the immigrants' minds. It's because they're leaving to get a better life from somewhere else.
Yeah, but they come here.
That's my point. In their minds,
I know, and that is the illusion that has been sold to them. So they come over here. Correct. They get free health care. They get free housing. They get food stamps. But on the other end of it, the citizen of that country is now the one suffering. So now everybody's in the same situation. So we got to look at who is pulling the strings on this and why are they doing it.
I agree with you, Jimmy. I agree with you fully.
So
I think that you're right. I think you're right. You've got a good.
I know there's a lot of folks out there that just want to. Oh well, they're just humans. They want a better life. Let's let them all in. Okay.
I think they are humans and they do want a better life, but we shouldn't let them all in.
But let's look at it this way. I'm getting ready to turn here. when someone comes up your driveway or knocks on your door, what do you do if you don't know them?
Get your
Lock the
goddamn
door.
gun out.
Lock the door and hide.
Or they knock on the door and you answer it and you vet them. You just don't let them in your house. And
Right.
that's what needs to happen. We're not vetting these people. And as far as illegal immigration is concerned, it has skyrocketed under the Biden administration.
It's every country in Europe, really, apart from Poland and
Yeah,
America.
well, yeah, because
you're right. You are right.
That's
You're right.
that's what the controllers want. So
I do agree.
I just wanted to.
I do agree. Jimmy's right.
I appreciate that.
We should listen to Jimmy.
All right, so I got to go because I'm almost there, but I'll try to jump on a little later after I'm done working, guys.
Yes, thank you, Jimmy. We'll see you later. Bye.
All right,
love.
So Lucy, do you have any thoughts? We haven't heard from you in a little while. I want to give everybody a chance.
I appreciate that. I do not agree in any type of mass deportation. I think that and I don't need to be a Christian to say that deporting people back to a place that they ran from kind of sounds messed up to me. I don't know if anybody has done the type of education that I have done, which is studying about how many countries the U.S. has invaded and overthrown their
Sorry, Lucy.
government. Yeah, that's what the U.S. does. They're in the business to overthrow other countries so that the U.S. can go in and extract all the resources. And the people who are running from those horrible situations are coming to the one country where it's easiest to just have a place to live. And so I don't know what the right answer is. I don't even pretend to know what the right answer is, but I do not agree in adding to the suffering. That's where I draw the line. I won't add to anyone else's suffering. So,
Lucy, could I somewhat agree with you as well. I like the humanitarian approach that you've got. And I think that is the human approach really to mass migration. You know, it's everyone is coming to look for a better life.
Right.
King of the Dots just replying from the north. Lucy, he's been asking for days. Lucy, I do agree with you to some point, but also it's the same thing over here as well. So it's like, the argument is, all the people coming over now. England colonially took over all these countries. We took over their trade. We extracted all of their resources and brought them here. People are saying now that isn't a good excuse for migrants to come here and live here because we went over, colonized, and took control of the entire world basically at one point. So I think do you think it's fair that people should come to the better societies in the world because of imperialism and because of colonialism in the past? I know America's still been doing it. They still have influence, and the CIA does topple governments. I think the Venezuelan government recently was toppled by the CIA, and they failed as well to topple a government. They failed to topple the Venezuelan government, and that came out. The CIA, they've been doing this for years, and they'll continue to do it. However, that's to protect their great nation. But they also, does that mean they have a right because of that to come and live here and not improve their own countries themselves by working and finding better solutions for themselves? America, as much as go.
I mean, do they have a right? I don't even know if I have enough information to answer that question eloquently. I don't, I hope that I'm never put in a position where I have to flee my home with my children and a plastic sack with some
Well, exactly.
clothes.
Well,
You know what I'm saying?
no, exactly. Well, I agree with you in that sense, on the humanitarian sense. It sucks for every person that has to, you know, that feels a need and has the need to do that. However, it's why is it that you know, Chinese, there's been 80,000 Chinese people coming over the border in America last year. How are Chinese people benefiting by moving across the world to come to the US? It's not just, oh, poor, impoverished nations or them fleeing war, strife. It's not just that. It is, and Jimmy is right, that there is a larger thing going on as well. I think we all know that it's if America knows, and the government knows, that it's a huge problem and it's disaffecting the working class and the middle class in America. The people, the politicians, they play like chess. You know, everything's a chess game to them. It's Jimmy says invasion.
Yeah, I could agree. Give you a really quick perspective on all of that, and I know that Lucy was gonna disagree with us. That's why I brought it up, because I know that she's Green Party, and they are really much for humanitarianism. Oh, sorry, I
I
can't say
voted Green. I voted Green here.
Yeah. Okay, so this is my thing. And just like what Jimmy's saying, who's pulling the strings? Who's behind these closed doors? We talked about this in the episode about the deep state. And then I was telling him, we need to separate these corporations from the government. We need to stop lobbying these politicians and putting them into office, and then they do the bidding of the corporation, right? Then we talk a little bit about the deep state. We talk about these unelected people who pull the strings behind the closed door, and then they use the military or whoever and whatever to get their agenda done, not the people. So why do we have to suffer as Americans, or him as Englishmen? Why do they have to suffer for the evil that is behind these governments? So we first have to dismantle that. And I'm not an anarchist. I'm not like, trying to, I'm not trying to take over the government or nothing like that. I just think that we need to clean house, drain the swamp, get rid of the deep state, and stop these what Teddy was saying, the imperialism. Stop going into other countries. We should stop policing the world as much as we do. Bring everybody back home, no more bases and stuff like that, and let those countries fend for themselves. We should get rid of NATO. And these are all of my opinions. For everybody in the chat, don't drag me. These are just my opinions. And then after we get rid of all of that and we go back to what the Constitution was really meant for us to function, then I think that the shift is going to we'll start seeing everything get better in America. But why do we have to suffer for the mistakes and for the things that the deep state has done with all these other established presidents, presidents who have been planted there, because I have conflicting beliefs about the presidents, but that's not what we're going to talk about tonight. But in my opinion, I don't think that my children should suffer, or that my children should go to school with other children who don't belong here, who honestly just don't belong here. That's just my opinion. They should have the full resources and the full funding as an American citizen. And like I told Teddy before, they're not citizens. So you can't say, oh, we're treating them like second-class citizens or whatever. And yes, they are humans, but we need to bring them back to where they came from. And that country needs to take accountability, and that government needs to provide the social services for whatever they need. And
right.
that's how I think.
You can't. I think you're right that we can't make up for the inadequacy of other countries. That's simply ridiculous. We can't be the safe haven for all these countries to come over here. I mean, the West gives so much aid to Africa, to South America. Aid is all across the world. American money, especially, is going all across the world in aid. What's happened to those countries? Look at Africa now. They've never been able to sort their problems out. They've always been conflicted with themselves, conflicted with their neighbors. They've never been able to do anything. So, for example, a place like Zimbabwe back in the day used to be called Rhodesia, after Cecil Rhodes, who built the train line across Africa from the bottom. Bye, Jimmy. Across Africa, he tried to build a train line from the bottom of Africa to the top, basically. And he succeeded in building some of the biggest infrastructure that Africa's ever seen. Rhodesia was the best performing economy and the best place to live in Africa, and it was full of white people. It's the only place where they have voted in, apart from America, from British colonies, the only place where they signed a Declaration of Independence, apart from America, Zimbabwe, and they called themselves Rhodesia, and they had the best quality of life in Africa. Because of our system, because of the way that we do things. We set it up, we set up the modern way there. Everyone around, eventually it got toppled by Robert Mugabe. If you know Mugabe, he was massive. He was the leader of Zimbabwe until the end. And he committed genocide in order to get back the country. And he did nothing with it. Zimbabwe is one of the poorest countries in the world now. They had the best quality of life, and now it's all gone. And so it's the simple fact of the matter is that, like, as much as they had tribal rules, that's true. But Jane, you're right. They had tribal rules, and Africa still does have tribal rule. You make a good point, but also we live in a new world where death and medicine exist. Medicine can prevent death, things like that. Technology can prevent people from having a worse life. I think that everyone deserves that. A lot of people, a lot of those tribes and stuff, they deserve, obviously, their right to freedom. They deserve to be hunter-gatherers. But also, do you not think it's right for the whole world to modernize and work together as well? That may be a globalist attitude, but it's also maybe the right thing to prevent people from dying.
Okay.
That's my
I'll buy that. Teddy, have you studied about what happened in Iran with the Shah of Iran in like 1978, 79?
the Shah of Iran, 1978 to 79. Enlighten me.
Okay, so in Iran, the Shah in 1920 tried to do some radical stuff with his government, and then
They became liberal. They became liberal.
Yeah, exactly. They became liberal, and within 50 years, they had increased their economy. They had,
Women's
women.
rights. They had women's rights. There was no.
Yep.
Yeah, I know.
But the backlash from that, because they did not
From the pressure around.
Yeah, they didn't invite the conservatives in with the progress, and so the conservative backlash is oppressive. I mean, today women cannot walk in the street without full headgear from head to toe. So it's a lesson in politics.
It's not conservatism. It's not conservatism there. Sorry, it was religion actually. The main point. It's the
yeah.
It was Islamic. It's Sharia law is what it is. Actually, not conservatism. Conservatism should be confused with Sharia law. Sharia law.
You are correct. I avoided the word religion just simply because of the platform, and I try really hard not to bash on religious views.
It's not bashing to talk about it.
Yeah,
it's a fact.
I get you.
If I was bashing Sharia law, I'd say I'd say whatever about it. But the fact of the matter is that it was essentially where Iran went wrong. It's it's going to take a long time for those countries to get into modernization. Like I believe Ian just said then, he's right. The controlling powers around, as soon as a country becomes modernized, they believe in left-wing rule, and they start economically booming, The rest of the countries they'll feel jealous in some way because they're going to have a better quality of life. They're going to have a better system. They're going to have better education, better rights for women, better rights for everyone. However, those countries around them are going to say that's not right. We don't like that, mainly because of jealousy, mainly because of the religion that they believe in. But it's look at Saudi Arabia now. Saudi Arabia is, you know, the figurehead, I suppose, of the Islamic of Islam at this point. You know, they're the strongest nation. No one has a problem with Saudi Arabia. Why? Because they have so much oil, so much money, so much power in the Middle East. No one strikes up a fuss with Saudi Arabia, and they're allowing women to drive. They're saying that that women can take off their burqas. They're opening their society up because they understand. You deflect to talk about other countries. Bottom line is, don't come here illegally.
But I love it. Continue. I love the discourse. It's very educational.
Well, it's just so with Saudi Arabia. I'll start reading the comments because they distract me every time, I swear. I always want to reply to what they're saying because they make good points and I get distracted. So thank you to the chat for raising good points. You've got the right idea. But Saudi Arabia is a figurehead and almost the new Iran for that sense, because look, they've got, and the UAE as well. The UAE is a bit more strict than Saudi Arabia, but Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman understands that the West is where the money is. As much as they might sit on the fence with Russia and China and America, they sit on the fence and they're playing it completely right. Those countries don't have much apart from oil. They don't have much apart from religion. They don't have great agricultural lands. A lot of it's desert. It's impossible to grow crops there. It's not fertile land. There's not much money for the working class there, you know? So it's allowing the working class and the people who are born and raised there to have their rights is the rightful thing. In a lot of these countries, though, they're so dominated by religion and the power of their neighboring countries as well, only because a lot of the failing states don't have the money, the military, the nukes to back and say, piss off, this is what we believe in, this is the right thing, we want ourselves to do well. Exactly like I said with Zimbabwe, the reason why Rhodesia failed was because all the countries around were jealous of the fact that they had the best quality of life in the continent. You know, it's a simple fact that modernization makes life better for everyone. And religion and Sharia law, things like that, without criticizing it too much, you know, strict laws like that, it's not just about religion, it's strict law which oppresses everyone. And it's obvious why people surrounding that are going to get jealous. It's about jealousy and it's about power, you know? Anyway, Lucy, what do you think about that?
It's all good stuff. If there was an easy answer, we would have already figured it out, right? So I think the things that we're talking about are important. And I think that, I mean, I've seen a lot of comments about people saying that they wish people coming into America would come here legally, but does everybody understand it takes about 10 to 12 years to legally come to America? And part of the process is you have to prove that you've worked for someone. And so the process itself has a built-in step where it forces you to do things illegal in order to satisfy the application process. So it is confusing, and I wish more people knew about it. Because I do live in Arizona, I am familiar with the process, and I am very aware of how unfair the process is. It costs a lot of money. And
it's a lot of time. It's a lot of time. You have to
it's a lot of
research a lot.
time. Yep.
Yeah, the people who legally migrate have to research and they have to understand everything about America and the Western values. You know, it's for people who maybe couldn't even afford a laptop or internet access as well. It would be how difficult would it be for them to actually legally get through here? But that strikes a bigger
Not an
question
excuse. It's not an excuse. It's just we, in order for us to fix something, we have to be able to sit and look at it for what it is today. Because obviously it's not working for some people. If it was working, then people would be coming in legally and they wouldn't be trying to skirt the laws, right? So obviously something's not working right. And again, I'm just going to say, if we had all the answers, if it was easy, we would already have fixed it by now.
Exactly. Well, exactly. You're very right. I agree with you.
Yeah, that was really great, guys. I loved listening to that whole discussion. But I just like in the comments, Janie Jewel, I love you, man. I love you. I agree so much with her, and this is exactly why I started this political thing, because it's very hard and uncomfortable to say, for me to say my beliefs, because they might seem really harsh and insensitive sometimes. Like I get it, I understand it, but just like she said, when you come here, you can't just get everything for free. You know, when I was very a teen mom, and I was going to the WIC office, I was going to the food stamps office, and I was really like alone and by myself and didn't have a family because I was being shunned, and you know, like the whole thing. Every single time I went into that WIC office, it was non-American women in that office with their babies. And I didn't understand it at the time. I wasn't awake, but it was like African, it was Hispanic women, it was every other woman except American women. And this was in New York City. And they were getting WIC checks, they were getting EBT, they were getting everything. So I'm in the office and I'm like, I'm the only one who doesn't need a translator. I'm the only one that speaks perfect English. Like, I'm a New Yorker.
Well, that's why it costs so much money. That's why it costs so much money to do all this, because it's you need a translator for Hondurans, you need a translator for everyone who speaks dialects, you know, of any South American country, any African country, all of them. You need a specific translator. It will cost so much money. The same thing here. Last time I went, whilst I was living in a few years back in at university in Sheffield, I went to get a doctor's appointment, and I went to this emergency because every single doctor's appointment was booked up for the next 3 months. Every single GP, which is like our, you know, our general practitioner, we call them. They're the people who you just are normal doctors you go to see about a little thing, you know. I tried to get an appointment, couldn't get one. I had to go to the emergency appointment office. I go in, and every single person was Muslim. There was two elderly white people in there looking fed up, and there was a waiting list of 7 hours. And I just walked in, sat down for a minute, and was like, everyone there is speaking a completely different language. And the NHS, which is our National Health Service, you know, a free health service that we have, it's on its knees because of this stuff. It's on its knees because there's too many of those people claiming they come here, and obviously they're not vaccinated for polio, for anything, which but the basics, you know, basic things which stop us from getting sick every day, which killed us en masse when we were in poverty 100 years ago. You know, they come here for that because they, you know, their kids won't die, and that's understandable. But they're still here, and we don't know what to do with it. There's not a translator for all of them. I remember seeing at the counter, I don't know where she's from, Muslim wearing hijab, just trying to go like trying to talk to the woman at the desk. She says, I don't know what you're talking about. You know, she's like, I don't know what you're on about, is what she was saying. I don't know what you're talking about. I need a translator. And they were stressed to their eyeballs about it. They were stressed to their
So this is my immigration policy. If you don't know English, you can't come here. If you cannot assimilate to American values, to Western values, you can't live here. You can't be here. because you're going to come here, you're going to bring your culture, you're going to bring your religion, you're going to bring everything that comes with you, which is fine. You can do whatever you want in your house. But when you step outside your house, you need to assimilate to American values. I don't want to walk outside and see a woman like that, all covering up all her skin. I don't want to go outside and see a man dressing like a woman. I don't want to go outside and just see the degeneracy on display, and they're proud of it. And that's why I consider myself a Christian nationalist. But aside from all of that, I go to this office, and it's not that I hate these people. It's not that I'm racist. It's none of that. It's just I'm observing this. I'm looking at this as I'm the only American going in for the social services that has been passed since what? Lyndon B. Johnson. So this was supposed to help Americans. But then people come to this country illegally and they take advantage of a service that was supposed to be for Americans or for minority Americans. And so that's the issue. And that's what kind of woke me up little by little. Of course, I want them to feed their children. Of course, I want them to thrive, but you got to do it on your own. Where's your husband? Where's your man? Why are you here as a single mother or pregnant or whatever? You're giving birth, having babies in America. And then they use like that citizen amendment or whatever. I forgot which one it was, but like that birthright that if you come to this country and you're pregnant and you give birth, then the baby's American. No. That should be vetoed or amended or whatever. Like, no, that just because you come here and you're pregnant and you give birth doesn't mean your baby's American. I'm sorry, no. If you don't have at least 2 to 3 generations of being American, of coming to this country, of serving of some sort, of getting a job and supporting your family as a man, then you're American. But all these women are coming in pregnant. I don't know if you saw those videos in New York City. It was like 20 or more women, single women, just pregnant. And they had them all lined up, all these pregnant women. And I was like, where's
New York's the worst.
Oh my God. But to me, I'm just like, where is your husband? Where is the child's father? Where is the accountability? So you come to this brand new country, you don't even know English, you have a baby to take care of, and now you're expecting social services to take care of all of your needs, to give you food stamps, to give you money for this, to give you a debit card, free money. Meanwhile, I'm an American, I got 3 kids, and I'm married, and we could barely make it. So that's where these immigration issues, they come up. And then people in the comment section or just in life, they say, oh, well, that's racist. No, it's not. If I cannot survive, how do I expect for this immigrant to survive? And then she came here. On top of that, it's illegal? Absolutely not. I could like handle it better if it was legal. Okay, she came here legally with her family. She has a husband. He's working. He's bringing in the money. But you came here illegally and then you expect handouts? And I can't even do that, and I'm married, and I'm over here struggling. So I'm sorry. That's where my views come up as very could be perceived as insensitive or racist or whatever. But that's why I'm going to be voting for Trump and for mass deportations, because they do need to go back and figure it out in their own country.
You're right. I mean, New York is the specific example of all of this. It's the main place, the main sanctuary city in America, really, isn't it? The problem is most obvious in New York. There's people lining up on streets. It's very clear, and there's no shadow of a doubt that you should have any you should feel bad about feeling that way. You know, people's beliefs and everything they believe in comes from what they see around them, where they're from. It's not about it's about the bigger picture for sure, but it's also, you know, it's very telling from the place that you live, your localized constituency, that there's a problem, you know. And New York's a huge city. It's always been a melting pot, but maybe the melting pot's been stirred up too much. That's my
Yeah, I agree. So look at what Thrifty said. She said, my friend had a daughter who dated an illegal, came across the border as a child. This guy dated her daughter with the intent to get her pregnant, hoping he could get citizenship. It was a mess. He didn't want to be a father, okay? They're just looking for a free ticket because of those laws or amendments that make it okay to, oh, if you marry an American, okay, that's different. If you get married, then I would support the immigration. Marry somebody, start a family, because I'm all about the nuclear family. And if you want to be a husband and a father, and you want to be American, you come to this country with that intent, good intentions, okay, I understand it. But you're not gonna come here for bad intentions, like what Thrifty just described. And you know, I knew a sister. Okay, I knew a Jehovah's Witness. And this was in North Carolina. So this is southern states. And this is a southern thing as well. I don't know if you guys know about this, but a lot of illegals that were also like converting to BJWs, they were marrying JW sisters just for citizenship. And one of this elder's daughters didn't have any options or whatever. She was dating this brother from New York and they broke up or whatever, right? And I felt really bad because I watched that relationship and I was like, oh, is he gonna propose? And then nothing happened. And then she resorts to marrying this illegal brother, but because he's baptized, they were okay with the marriage. But he came here illegally. You don't know this man. You don't know if he has a criminal record. You don't know what type of a man he was in that country. You don't know the circumstance of how he even got here, what he had to do to get here. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't know who they are. And yet that girl, she was very young. She was like less than 20. And I was like 15 at the time. I couldn't believe it that she married it. And her parents were perfectly fine with it just because he was a Jehovah's Witness, just because he was baptized. And that was like the next time my mind like opened and my eyes were opened. Like, she didn't have any options and she just, let me marry this brother. Like, who cares if he's an illegal? That doesn't matter. And they got married and I'm like, but you don't even know guy, and you've been dating this other guy for like almost 2 years. You know what I'm saying? So that broke my heart. That really broke my heart. And that's when I kind of woke up to that immigration hack, is that they come over here, they infiltrate religions or cults or whatever, they get baptized, they try to make themselves seem like, oh, I'm Christian now, I'm assimilating or whatever. And I'm like, okay, maybe that's good. But then they get married and then you get citizenship through a marriage. And I don't know, I have conflicting feelings about that, but that's another short experience that I had that was relating to Thrifty's comment. And now I think they're just reading out this vote.
Trump didn't care. And because of his abortion bans, I had to flee my home. There's nothing pro-family
Or like
about abortion
voting
bans.
for her officially.
There's nothing pro-life about letting women suffer and even die.
I'm just waiting for Bernie Sanders, Bill Clinton, Barack, Michelle. Like, that's what I'm waiting for.
Yeah, I would like to hear what Bernie has to say, even though I don't believe anything he says anymore.
And my baby is due in January, just in time to see Kamala Harris sworn in as President of the United States.
Mr. Secretary,
Why do they always look like on the verge of tears?
to hold that chair of the Texas Democratic Party and as the nation's biggest battleground state with 40 electoral votes on behalf of 30 million Americans. Texas cast 3 votes for president and 263 votes for freedom, for the future, for the first woman to serve as the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Just as a side subject, if we did get rid of the Electoral College, that would change how American politics was handled in the future. It's only because of the Electoral College that we have what's called those battleground states and such. And if we just got rid of it and just counted everybody's vote, it would be different.
Well, that's right. Proportional representation. It's supposedly the best democracy in the world, but how much of a democracy is it if it relies on 2 or 3 states to make up the vote?
Yeah. Well, it's just gotten out of hand. It may have worked at one time, but it doesn't work anymore.
No, I agree with
Yeah,
Teddy. I don't think we could leave that up to 2 or 3 states, because then those states are so heavily populated that they would, ransack the vote every single time. And then you would never have your voice being heard. So, I used to feel like that, like, oh, like, why do we need the electoral college, or they're going to make the vote anyways and stuff like that. But my views are changing about the electoral college. I wish that the system works as it was intended. Like I said before, the deep state there's a lot of corruption in the government, and I wish that we can go back to what it was intended for, and then it would work. But right now, I don't think it's working.
well, I think that the Elon Musk came up, as much as I have he has his misgivings as a person, and being the richest person on the planet as well. He's got a lot of influence, but he did make a good suggestion I saw recently, which was that the government should implement a new department of efficiency, which basically sanctions government spending, which is incorrect, and it sanctions everything that the government does right or wrong. And that I think would be a great thing for America and every state in the West which has power. A department which monitors how much money that America is pouring into random things, and how much money that America is allocating to the wrong things, because we know that that America grossly misspends. That's why they're $45 trillion in debt. And it's coming to the point where you see BRICS the other day. It says that I think 149 countries have joined BRICS' new monetary system, and it's going to be implemented in October. There's going to be a new currency coming soon, which will rival the dollar, and it's looking quite bleak for the West. We need to manage the debt. We need to have a government which can be abstract from corruption, like it used to be back in the day. I think Bibi back in the earlier, he was saying about Eisenhower and everything like that. Truman, Eisenhower, that shit wouldn't slide. As much as it was a war economy, as much as that they boomed off the back of rebuilding European states with loans, they still had somewhat of they still had efficiency within government. There was no tolerance for bullshit. There was no tolerance for there's no tolerance for any of that. That needs to be implemented again.
Okay, so I want to introduce something else that we can educate our audience with. It's called ranked choice voting. It has been implemented in a couple of states, and that is how you get real democracy back into the hands of the people when you're afraid of like some sort of voter integrity, is with ranked choice voting. It gives everybody the opportunity to vote for who their first best option is, their second best option, the third best, and then that's how it comes up. It's pretty easy. There's some good videos out there that are circulating on YouTube, and if you need a few of them, I can send them to you, Ruby, if you want to. But that's the next stage in our electoral politics, and how to get millions and millions of people across the country actually voting again and wanting to participate.
Yeah, definitely send me that through Discord, because I need to learn about that. I don't think I've heard that before.
Okay. All right. Yeah, it's been around for a while. Maine, I think Maine actually implemented it the last presidential election cycle. And since then, there's a couple of other states that are going to try it this year as well. So it'll be exciting to watch.
Whereabouts, Ruby? Whereabouts have we gone to on the DNC right now?
What was your question?
Like whereabouts have we gone to? How it's 8:59 in America now.
Yeah,
what time
so
there'll be Kamala come on around 10.
I don't
11.
know, because they said Bill was gonna talk, Michelle, Obama. So I guessing they're gonna have like 30-minute speeches, maybe. I don't. This is a roll call, so maybe after the roll call, then we might see. Somebody better come, because I've been sitting here for like 2
I know,
hours and 20 something minutes.
it was, you know what I said from the start as well. It's like the whole time the DNC, all it is it's just pandering wishy-washy identity politics. You know, it's obviously the last night was Biden's exit, and you know Harris's rise. Really, like it was him passing the torch over to her in a sense. And I feel like it was framed as a selfless act, but it's how much of it didn't display any unity of the party. You know, the party seems. How can you display the unity of the party? Biden himself, before all of this, was saying that, you know, when you get knocked down, you get back up. I'm not going to quit. Americans don't quit. 5 days later, he quits. Now he's disappeared fully. He's still the president, by the way. He's barely said anything. He's barely had an interview. And now he's come back with his fiery response after all this time. At the end of the night as well, after all that pandering, after all that identity politics, appealing to voters the whole time, using celebrities to gain favor, it's just the messaging. There's just a massive messaging problem. It's as well. There's pro-Palestine. There's protests out the door tonight as well, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Biden mentioned that, but it's as well with last night. It's just, it doesn't make any sense. The whole thing just stinks, in my opinion, because it's like, you know, yesterday, there were pro-Palestine marches outside, right? They were saying all this. Biden mentions them, and he says, "Oh, they're right to have a problem, and we're going to try to make a ceasefire." You've been supplying the guns and the ammo the whole time. The bombs, everything. You know, how can you be like, oh yeah, pander to the protesters outside, being like, you're right in protesting. That's sound. That's fine. But then you've sold all the bloody guns, all the ammo, all the bombs. There's blood on, you know, the hands of America. America has got blood on their hands because of this whole situation, because they've supplied Israel with everything. And then he says he's just using it. It's just the whole thing. It's just it's more obvious than the Republican National Convention, clearly, in terms of getting votes and trying to garner people's support. It's very obvious what they're doing. It's just there was no clarity with the policies. There was no, all it was, and they say that Trump does this all the time, you know, just he spouts nonsense, and he says, and he gets angry and fiery, and he attacks people. All that Biden did last night was did exactly what he criticizes Trump for. And I'll be interested to see what Kamala does, because I'll probably go to bed soon, so I'll probably miss it, but I'll watch the replay of it. I'll watch the replay of it tomorrow, but it's going to be fascinating to see what she has to say. And I believe it won't be very much, because Biden went without a teleprompter, I believe, last night. And I think that Kamala, as far as I'm aware, she hasn't done a single interview but she's done many campaign rallies with teleprompters. These aren't on teleprompters as far as I'm concerned. So let's see what she says. And let's see also if she repeats the same talking points and actually delivers some of the policies, because it's all very, very vague. It's very vague. It's all about beating Trump and saving democracy. But like, what are you really saving? What are you really saving here?
Exactly. I agree with you. And if you notice at the bottom of the screen, it says ceremonial roll call of the states. And I don't know if you saw it earlier in the show. It actually said that earlier in August, this was all taken care of online. So they already know
Virtual.
yeah, they did it virtually. So they're doing a 4-day party, spending all this money for nothing. This is what tonight is what the convention was supposed to be about. The states standing up and saying who they wanted for their candidate, but that's not what the Democratic Party is doing anymore. Their donors have already decided who is going to be their candidate.
I agree.
Exactly right.
Thank you, Hard. Minnesota, let me hear you. There you go. 14 years in the National Football League taught me a lot about leadership. A good leader cannot be selfish. He has to look out for his team.
I don't know, Deborah. I hope it's soon because yesterday they ended like at midnight and it's 9. So real soon.
And in November, Minnesota is going to send Tim Walz and Kamala Harris to the White House. Let's go!
Just to reply to King the Dots earlier, the Electoral College it does give power to all 50 states, but it does not give proportional representation, which is what democracy should be. It should be that every vote counts. That doesn't mean that every vote counts, does it? Electoral College can be influenced by many factors, and it's not. That's foolish to suggest that it gives equal power to every 50 state. It doesn't. In fact, it doesn't do that, and that's quite aware. That's quite telling that the Americans, as much as I feel like you all think that you have the best democracy in the world. Like England, we say we started democracy, we created democracy, we gave it to you guys. We gave you our political system, you know? But our democracy sucks. There's 2 parties and we don't have proportional representation in the UK. So for example, Reform got 4 million votes. That's 5%, I believe, of the UK's population. Reform got 4 candidates in Parliament this after the election on July 4th. That's not proportional representation. 5 million votes, 4 million, 5 million votes doesn't equate to 1 million votes. Shouldn't equate to 4 MPs, to 4 members of Parliament.
Right.
So I guess your version of Congress. So you don't have proportional representation. That's my point. If you did have proportional representation, that means that every single vote in America would count towards what you want. But you don't have that. That's not true. The battleground states, the swing states, they control the vote.
Yep.
And it doesn't matter about the Electoral College. The Electoral College is obsolete when it comes to that. The votes matter more so in the swing states. We know that.
Thank you, Teddy, for pointing that out so eloquently.
Hi, Gigi.
I just wanted to let you know that the Chicago DNC, it has a theme song. Did you guys know that?
The night Chicago died.
So it may happen that the Chicago, they're talking about it going on fire. So if that happens, you're going to see the night Chicago died. I hope it doesn't happen, though. But do you think it might happen? I don't know. That's just a question I have. So I hope people can.
What do you mean by that?
Well, because
like what do you mean?
No, Chicago that was the St. Valentine's Day massacre thing, but no, they're talking about the rioters outside. They're making really bold threats about bombs and everything. So that's one thing we haven't covered, that in this convention, I hope it doesn't go crazy, but the Palestinians out there, a lot of crazy people out there are protesting, and I hope we don't see any violence tonight or tomorrow.
I don't think that you will do.
Have you guys heard about? I mean, it's all
the
local.
clashing. It seems like they're clashing with the riot squad right now.
Yeah, it's in the alternative media. You'll never see it in the mainstream, but you'll see videos on X, Twitter, where
I've just searched it up on X. They are. It seems like there's small clashes with police, but it doesn't seem like much. I must say, it doesn't seem like violent protests.
They have it planned, so it will be happening. They said that there was like pro-Israel and pro-Palestine stuff planned probably in the next few days, like Gigi said. Gigi, I didn't know you was on X. What's your handle?
I do very little on X, but hey, just real quick, in that comment that you put up real quick about me saying that before it was hip with the Electoral College, this is what you got to understand, and I keep going back to the foundation of listening to the elders, which are people that have died and have established something. Before, the minorities would just be made slaves. That's what used to happen. But the founding fathers of the United States did always love the minorities. And the Electoral College is a perfect example of a group of men, white men, who had their Bibles because they didn't have MTV, they didn't have, they didn't have television. So they read their Bibles, but they were a group of white men, Christian men, who knew that it was important that the minorities be respected. It was also
Gigi, do you think that the Native Americans were respected when the founding fathers came in? Were they not massacred? Were they not massacred? And it was their land, and the founding fathers took it. That's a simple fact.
Correct. But listen, what I'm saying.
So they weren't a minority, but you've kind of used a loophole to run around that. They did in fact persecute them and mass murder them. So
Kamala's talking right now. Hold on, Kamala's talking.
Kamala.
And they have nominated Coach Walls and me to be the next Vice President and President of the United States of America.
where's my popcorn?
And I thank everyone there and here for believing in what we can do together. We are so honored to be your nominees. This is a people-powered campaign, and together we will chart a new way forward. A future for freedom, opportunity, of optimism and faith. So to everyone in Chicago and across America, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And you're going to hear from our wonderful second gentleman shortly. I'll see you in 2 days, Chicago.
Hey.
Okay, go ahead, Gigi.
Is she finished? Wow.
That was it.
Yeah, that was really quick, huh? Yeah.
It's good to know. Those are some great policies from Kamala right there.
So yeah, brevity's a soul of wit. Good for her. So no, what I was saying is that the founding fathers do have a precedent of taking care of the minority, and now it's a popular thing. But what happens is the young people, the first thing they do is they criticize grandpa. You see, for 250 years, if you just look at the map of the United States, when I have the videos, and you see that map behind me. So they built something that was huge. But now we have a bunch of kids today that say, but grandpa was mean. Like if they saw on video on YouTube, I saw on YouTube the way grandpa treated those Indians, but they didn't, you don't have you don't have a courtside seat. You were not there. You didn't live it. And I'm not defending the founding fathers for everything that they did. I'm not saying that they were perfect men, but the record does show, and it has lasted for 250 years, that they did care about the minority. Our justice system cares about the minority. Before, if you were convicted of a crime, you didn't have a jury. I mean, these things are unheard of. And so what I'm trying to say is that today, everyone says, oh, I'm hip. Look at me, like in Austin Powers. I'm hip, Scott. Everyone wants to be hip and say, I care about the minorities. I care about people. No. Our grandfathers cared about people, and they set it in stone, and it has endured 250 years, the test of time. And we have a group of people who are dedicated to destroying what our grandfathers had built. And that's the issue I take. I like the grandpa.
Gigi, I think you've got some kind of complex about old people. I don't know why you keep bringing up
young people.
No. It's I know that Americans respect the founding fathers, and you should, because they started your country, and they beat the British, and they created your democracy, and I've not said anything. I feel like you say this to target me for some reason, but I have utmost respect for all of them. However, the fact of the matter is that the founding fathers weren't that particularly good to minority groups. We know this because the Declaration of Independence gave the rights to free white persons, not just everyone. It was exclusionary, so it wasn't everyone that got the free right to vote. It was not black people. It was black people did not get the right to vote. It's Native Americans were also excluded from all of the things you say. They were not allowed their freedom, and it was their country before yours. So it's like, as much as you say the founding fathers were just great for minorities, they weren't, and
So this is very interesting, because you see, this is what I'm saying about criticizing our forefathers. We always criticize mom and dad, and we weren't there. But if this thing about
history was written by the winners, and America's not been beaten by anyone.
Okay, well, I'm going to explain.
This is your history that I'm
going to explain it real
stating.
quick. I'm going to explain it real quick. For over 6,000 years of recorded human history, men have been enslaving men, and that train was going 1,000 miles an hour. But along come a bunch of white men who believe in God, and they land on Plymouth Rock. And then they establish the Constitution.
They're British, by the way.
And hold on, and they fight. They fight, and they finally come to an agreement that we're going to give black people 3/5 of a vote. Before it was 0, and then they knew that eventually that they would get 100% of the vote, and they did. So what I'm saying is that these white men had derailed 6,000 years of man's enslaving men, and along comes white little privileged kids who go and bash the founding fathers and saying you guys are bad. When I say no, Grandpa was great, because they set the stage for women to
Americans. So you say American youth bash the founding fathers?
Yes, your women in Britain vote because our founding fathers set the foundation rock that allowed women to vote in the United States, and it became contagious. And then you white women in Britain followed. You see, I never am going to talk bad about my grandfather. My grandfather was perfect in my eyes, because he set, even though he wasn't perfect, just like the end of the Sermon on the Mount on Jesus on chapter 7, he ends it by saying, establish it on a rock. And our founding fathers built America on a rock. And they didn't get it right the first time, but their children fought the Civil War, and their children let the women vote. And then their children brought civil rights, because we have the rock, which is the Declaration of Independence, the preamble to the Constitution, and the Constitution.
Right. So to counter you, so you've said that before that the founding fathers were incredibly good to minorities, right? And now you've changed your point to they were great to women, and they gave women the vote over the British.
Yes,
that's very true. No, I'm not disagreeing with you on that. That's a fact. However, we gave black people the vote before America as well. So how can you change your point on them? I have nothing but respect for the founding fathers and what they built for America. America saved us in Europe, and they saved the world. I believe that, and all of that. I've got no qualms with that. However, you can't change your point from saying, oh, they were great to ethnic minorities, which they weren't, and that's not true. And now you're saying, oh, they were great to women. So, I don't really get what your point is about respecting the elders. I respect the elders. I think that you're right that maybe people forget what the founding fathers' point is, but that's not to do with that's to do with their education. It's a problem of education in America, not treating the founding fathers with the respect that they have.
Yeah, see, no, my argument is real simple, that today's modern generation wants to destroy, and it's an attack on our grandparents, an attack on our family. This is what communists do, and they do it subtly. And I am never going to let anybody talk bad about my mom and dad or the founding fathers that adopted me in 1980
Agreed.
when I became a citizen. George Washington.
Do you think it's wrong to criticize? But you not think it's wrong to learn from the past and to criticize things which were wrong in the past, which are obviously now in the society that we live in now, as it's we don't live in the 1700s, you know, we don't live in the 18th century anymore. We live in the 21st century, and everyone has a vote. And as much as the founding fathers should be brought up every time something big happens in America, I don't get what the I don't really get your overarching point about respecting elders.
Because kids in 2024, young people in 2024 want to judge George Washington under 2024 standards, but you don't want to judge Washington from 1776. It'd be like me going back 3,500 years and judging Moses and say, well, you know what, Moses, the rules in 2024. This is what happens. The Generation Z that you guys are from, you try to impose your morality and your type of thinking on people that lived in a different era. And in doing so, you don't learn from the lessons of the past.
I mean, if you're speaking specifically about me or generalizing the whole Gen Z, I mean, I agree with a lot of Gen Z that with I'd agree with you then. But I feel like I feel like sometimes you've been personally attacking me for being young and having youthful points. But
everybody loves you. Even my brother Jesse loves you. No.
Well, I love Jesse too.
And get rid of feelings, because the road to hell is paved with feelings. Yeah, no. Jesus never talked about feelings. No. You're a good man. You're a good-looking man, and if Jesse or I were to punch you, we want you to punch back. Yeah, no, that's Because remember, feelings will get you to hell. One day when you're old, you're gonna remember, man, I was speaking to this Mexican American guy, and he told me that feelings are the
handsome Mexican American guy. Come off it, mate.
Yeah,
come off it.
So yeah, no. Yeah, we love. You know what? I got a text message about you. This guy texted me, and because he's watching right now, and he goes, "What are the odds that some random dude from Britain, lands on Ruby's channel? That's not a JW." And I said, 19 out of 14 are the odds, but that's an inside joke. But yeah, how did you find? People are asking me on the private on my phone. Did you just find her on YouTube?
Well, obviously, I'm unlike you lot because I'm not an ex-JW. I've not been in the Jehovah's Witnesses, and I know this is a channel for them. But I don't think that I saw it, and I like the talking points you're going for, and I have contesting points, and I agree with half the things that you say. So I don't think it's like unnecessary for me to join in and have my say when I'm not part of your ex cult. I think that if this channel, I respect Ruby, I respect you guys, and I just want to give my opinion. That's it.
Yeah. Well, I'll just tell you, I'm going to go right now, but I got a few texts on my phone privately, and everybody loves you. They really do. And they're not on the chat section, but they did text me, and they really like you. So keep it up.
Well, thank you, mate. Well, GG, I respect all you guys, and it's good. It's great. It's great fun to debate these things because it's a difficult. I like this space as well because it's really difficult to talk about these things in the UK. You can't talk about them to your friends, your family, because it's talking about politics here, it's almost like everyone wants. It's very hush hush. Everyone doesn't really want to talk about it too much. And if you do talk about it and you want to get into a debate, it's like, oh, this person's like too overly interested in politics, and you seem like a crazy person. So it's like, it's nice to actually be able to talk openly about things without criticism and have a free debate about things. And I think that Americans beyond anyone believe in free speech, and this is what free speech should be.
Well, Haley, I got to go. My Chinese girlfriend is calling. So, but yeah, I love it. And I
love how he points out she's Chinese.
Yeah.
我不需换西上面.
Yeah. Okay, I'll record that
You
later.
speak some Chinese.
I'm
Does Gigi speak Chinese though?
But
All right, Gigi. Thank you for joining.
He's got his Chinese girlfriend to look forward to.
So we got Chuck Schumer up in
Oh,
here.
Chuck.
Victory in November.
I think he's off. Great speech.
Together, we will build what I call an opportunity economy. I will take on the high costs that matter most to most Americans. Compare my plan with what Donald Trump intends to do. He wants to impose what is, in effect, a national sales tax on everyday products and basic necessities that we import from other countries. It will mean higher prices on just about every one of your daily needs. Donald Trump's plan would cost a typical family $3,900 a year. He wants to repeal the Affordable Care Act, which 45 million Americans rely on for health care. He plans to give billionaires massive tax cuts year after year, and he plans to cut corporate taxes by over $1 trillion. That if you want to know who someone cares about, look who they fight for. We capped the price of insulin at $35 a month and the total cost of prescription drugs at $2,000 a year for seniors. And just yesterday, we announced that we are lowering the price for 10 more life-saving drugs. As president, I will work to build the housing we need. And by the end of my first term, we will end America's housing shortage by building 3 million new homes and rentals that are affordable for the middle class. More than 100 million Americans will get a tax cut by restoring the Earned Income Tax Credit and the Child Tax Credit, through which millions of Americans with children got to keep more of their hard-earned income. We will provide $6,000 in tax relief to families during the first year of a child's life. Now is the time to chart a new way forward. I will fight to give money back to working and middle-class Americans. Increase the security and stability financially of your family and expand opportunity for working and middle-class Americans.
That's the only thing I agree with, the $6,000.
Please welcome Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders.
Okay, Bernie. And they stole it from him in 2016, was it? I am so sorry to Bernie. I was such a Bernie supporter. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, let's watch.
Thank you. Thank you. My fellow Americans, it is an honor. It is an honor to be with you tonight because we're laying the groundwork for Kamala Harris to become our next president. And let me tell you why that is so important. I want you all to remember where we were 3.5 years ago. We were in the midst of the worst public health crisis in 100 years and the worst economic downturn since the Great Depression. 3,000 Americans were dying every day, and our hospitals were overwhelmed with COVID patients. All across the country, businesses were shutting down. Unemployment was soaring. Workers were losing their health insurance. Schools were closing. State and city budgets were running out of money. People were being evicted from their homes. Children in America were going hungry. That was the reality the Biden-Harris administration faced as they entered the Oval Office.
He's forgetting the fact that Trump resided under COVID. Of course, unemployment was lowest.
Looking
There's no jobs.
government for support.
That's why we say COVID was manufactured to steal this election with the mail-in ballots.
Office,
It was a worldwide problem though, so.
did respond. We passed the American Rescue Plan, which provided $1,400 for every man, woman, and child in the working class.
I'm gonna stay on maybe 15 minutes. I'm gonna go.
We extended and expanded
Awesome, Teddy. Well, thanks for joining.
We provided emergency assistance for small businesses to stay open. We guaranteed health care coverage to tens of millions of Americans through one of the largest expansions of Medicaid in history. We provided rent relief and mortgage assistance, which prevented tenants and homeowners from being evicted. We established emergency food programs for hungry children and the elderly, and protected the pensions of millions of union workers and retirees from being slashed by
I've been fact checking. He's not said a lie, really, apart from the first statement. He is right.
Oh, and by the way, we cut childhood poverty by over 40% through an expanded child tax credit. Thank you, President Biden. Thank you, Vice President Harris. Thank you, Democratic Congress. Now, I say all of this not to relive that difficult moment, but to make one simple point. When the political will is there, government can effectively deliver for the people of our country. And now
He said no lies, apart from the first statement.
That will again, because too many of our fellow Americans are struggling every day to just get by, to put food on the table, to pay the rent, and to get the health care.
They did decrease child poverty by 40%. He's right.
Brothers and sisters, bottom line, we need an economy that works for all of us, not just the billionaire class. My fellow Americans, when 60% of our people live paycheck to paycheck, the top 1% have never, ever had it so good. And these oligarchs tell us we shouldn't tax the rich. The oligarchs tell us we shouldn't take on price gouging. We shouldn't expand Medicare to cover dental, hearing, and vision. And we shouldn't increase Social Security benefits for struggling seniors. Well, I've got some bad news for them.
Uh-oh.
That is precisely what we are going to do.
Expand Medicare. I agree with that. I agree with that.
To win this struggle, because this is precisely what the American people want from their government. And my friends, at the very top of that to-do list is the need to get big money out of our political process.
I agree with that one.
He's got great talking points.
In both parties
That's why he's a
should
populist.
not be able to buy elections, including primary elections.
Nancy should be able to trade
For
inside
the
it.
sake of our democracy, we must overturn the disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision and move toward public funding of elections. And let me tell you what else we must do. We need to join the rest of the industrialized world and guarantee health care to all people as a human right, not a privilege.
Sorry, no.
Amen. Amen.
We need to raise the minimum wage to a living wage. We need to pass the PRO Act so that workers can organize the unions.
Well, I mean,
and gain the decent pay and benefits they deserve. We need to strengthen public education, raise teachers'
in your will,
salaries,
by your will.
and make sure that every American, regardless of income, receives the higher education he or she needs. We need to take on Big Pharma and cut our prescription drug costs in half so that we no longer pay any more than other countries. Joe and Kamala made sure that no senior in America pays over $35 a month for insulin. We need to make sure that reality is true for every American. I look forward to working with Kamala and Tim to pass this agenda. And let us be very clear. This is not a radical agenda. But let me tell you what a radical agenda is. And that is Trump's Project 2020.
Oh, come on. Stop it. He has nothing to do with Project 20. I discussed this on my other show.
Massive income and wealth inequality, giving more tax breaks to billionaires is radical. Putting forth budgets to cut Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid is radical. Letting polluters destroy our planet is radical.
Exactly. Thank you, Matthew.
Yeah,
we
that's very
won't
true.
let that happen. Fellow Americans, in the last 3.5 years, working together, we have accomplished more than any government since FDR.
They are the House
But
majority.
much more remains to be done. We must summon the courage to stand up to wealth and power and deliver justice for people at home and abroad. Abroad, we must.
He's acting as if democratic governments before haven't been causing wars abroad for the last 25 years.
Bring home the hostages and demand an immediate ceasefire.
He said very little that I don't agree with, to be fair. There's only a few things I could pick out.
At home,
He's a true American, is Sanders, you have to admit.
we must take on Big Pharma, big oil, big ag, big tech, and all
Big ag.
the other corporate monopolists whose greed is denying progress for working people. On November 5th, let us elect Kamala Harris as our president, and let us go forward to create the nation we know we can become. Thank you all very much.
Yeah, some of those things I still agree with Bernie, like the big pharma stuff. But I hate when they interject the Project 2025 and they make it seem like that's a Trump thing.
Yeah.
It's not. But my other show, I really went in depth and I was like, let's look at Agenda 47. That's what's important. That's what he stands for. So
I agree with his message on Medicare. Just from an outsider's perspective, from someone who has free healthcare, there's nothing wrong with affordable healthcare.
yeah, but nothing
It's
is
the
free.
right thing. But I mean, in the UK, we supply the NHS. We have the money for it. America has the money for it, but you've got your hands too far in foreign places, in order to have the money. If you removed all the fingers and the webs that you've got spun across the globe, you'd lose your position of power in terms of the policing of the world, and you'd lose that position of power. But the American people, if you had better treatment of addicts, things like that. How many Americans are addicts? How many Americans are ill, injured, and can't afford their bills for healthcare? We all know it costs $1,000, I believe, on average to get an ambulance. I mean, in the UK, I could call an ambulance right now and I could tell them, "Oh, there's nothing wrong," and they'd go. I won't have to pay a penny. You know what I mean? That's the difference. I think that it all costs in America, and it's all privatized. It's all subjugated to private companies which are looking for the next buck. And that's not a socialist thing to say. It's a socialist policy in the sense that it's something that maybe everyone needs in the most advanced society in the world. You'd think that would be a good thing to have. I agree with Bernie on quite a lot of his points. But his tying in Trump with 2025, Project 2025, we all know that's bollocks. It's not true.
Right.
It's not true.
But that whole drug stuff is a side effect of the border, so we got to fix that first. And even if you do call an ambulance or whatever, you get billed that in the mail. It's not like they're gonna hound you to pay for that. You can go to an ER and get seen and get treated if it's an emergency. I think it's like a certain bracket of income that you would have to get health insurance if you need to see a specialist. But you can go to an
But that's
ER.
the thing, you need to pay. You have to pay for health insurance in America.
Right.
You have to pay to be insured on your own health. In the UK,
Right.
you have to pay for life insurance, which means that if your life is dramatically in danger and you won't be able to work, you'll be able to get compensation for that. But in America, that's not a thing. You have to pay money in order to be able to.
But you get that through your job. So if you have a good job, you get benefits. So that's one way of getting health insurance.
But not everyone
And
has a
then
good job. Not everyone has a good job. Not everyone can afford that. It's free. It's
once
free here. It's free
again, we
here.
need to bring manufacturing back to America. We need to make things in America, create jobs in America, bring all that back, all those resources back to America. Like you said, we have our hand out in so many foreign affairs. But like I said, it's a bracket of income. If you make a certain amount of money, then you can afford for whatever health insurance you can afford. But if you make less than $30,000 a year and you're below the poverty line, you automatically do get Medicaid. And children up until the age of 21 in some states get Medicaid. So your children can see a doctor. Like it's not
Which government
you can be
implemented that?
seen.
Was it the Democrats or the Republicans that implemented these policies? I mean, I don't think there's any problem. I think that every human would agree with the fact that they should increase Medicare or a national health service. Free healthcare is, in a society that's the richest society in the world. Do you not think that that's a right that humans should have, that everyone should have? I think that it's sad that America America's so privatized like that. You know, it's all about making money. The whole thing. That's all America's
We're
about.
capitalists. Do you think a socialist agenda like that can work in a capitalist country?
Well, we're a capitalist. We invented capitalism before you, so we implemented a small socialism policy, and you know, it's benefited millions and millions of people. Now it's on its knees because there's too many migrants, there's too many people abusing it. But you know, can't get benefits unless you work 40 hours a week with one single job. There you go. The Medicare is it's not we all know that it's you know, it's not fair in America with the medical care. It's not fair for regular working Americans, not for blue collar Americans. It's not, you know, it's not fair for all of them. You know, they're not getting, unless you pay for the insurance that you're going to have an accident at work. You pay
Yeah,
for the
nothing
insurance
is free. You gotta pay for everything that you have. That's what I'm saying.
So,
Who's
but your
gonna pay for it
taxpayer
if
dollars,
it's free?
the problem is your taxpayer dollars. The majority of that is going foreign. It's going abroad because, like I say, and like you agreed, that you have your hands. We have the saying, having your finger in too many pies. You know, America. They've got this idea that they're the police state of the world. They're going to if there were real healthcare, there'd be no sick people. That's just not true. That's just not true. How would there be not any sick people? What a silly statement. But
Because
we
big
all know.
pharma is keeping you back by giving you these pills, and that's why I don't like big pharma. They keep you coming. They want to put you on medication. They're only keeping you sick as a patient so you could keep coming back. They're not giving you healthcare to heal you so that you never come back again. So they're gonna keep
That's
you
what
sick
America.
and keep you coming.
That's the thing. America had less of regulation for things like oxycodone, and that's why half the people are addicted to fentanyl now, because of your shitty medical system. And we all know it's a crappy capitalist medical system that is benefiting on selling your people drugs. We all know that. If you had a free healthcare system which was properly funded, done by professionals, and was for the people, that wouldn't be a thing. In the UK here, if I wanted to get oxycodone, I would never be able to get it. I'd never ever be able to get it, ever. I'd never, you know, there's that doesn't exist. There's regulation here. There's if I went to the doctor and said, "Oh, I've got severe back pain. I'm in severe pain all day, all long, all night, all long." They're going to take you to the hospital. They're going to check you out. They're going to figure out the root cause of the problem. And then they're going to determine whether or not you're actually in pain or you just want a fucking load of drugs.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so I think that free healthcare in a society that you live in is a fundamental right for people. I don't think I think that, you know, a touch of a socialist policy like that. It's not communism to provide, you know, to stop people from dying of regular causes who are poor. Well, it is socialist, but I mean, you know, capitalism can still be capitalism whilst pouring a slight bit of the money that you spend on bombs and supplying Israel and supplying foreign wars and stuff. If you just detracted that, stop selling it. If you stopped all the money going to Israel, right? I reckon you could pay for somewhat of a better healthcare system, but you can't do that. You guys pay a ridiculous amount of tax. We all know that. And your dollar is not being spent wisely. That's a fact that, you know, Trump even brings up. Trump did restrict Medicare, and I don't agree with that. I agree that Trump would. I would like to see Trump in power, but I think that Bernie as well. As much as he is very, very left, those policies, a few of those policies, are the right thing to do in this society.
Go ahead, Lucy. I know you had some thoughts. Go ahead.
Well, I want to thank Teddy for coming on and extending his opinion. He grew up I'm assuming you grew up in a different country, since you're calling in from the UK, and you have an opinion about, an educated opinion about our politics. And I appreciate you being able to be open and express those. And I agree with you 100%. It would be really nice if we could implement some of the policies that Bernie is talking about. Unfortunately, with the capitalist structure that the Democrats have bought into, it's really impossible to do it because they won't give us free Medicare unless they can unless they can profit off of it. So the Democrats won't be able to give us free Medicare, unfortunately.
And our government's been the Conservative government in the UK for the last 14 years has led us into ruin and riots at this point. You know, it's as much as I dislike Labour now, I think it's, you know, they're full of Zionists, and the Labour now in the UK is not the same as the Labour back in the day. When I was before I was born and stuff, Labour came into power, and you know, when I turned 18, I received £1,000 from the government. £1,000 when I turned 18. That's the kind of thing they did, that on minimal spending. Things like that. That's for the people. That's what Americans should be getting. It gave me the opportunity to launch my career, to go to university. Things like that are great. America, everything's inflated. Everything's inflated. And Lucy, I agree with you, but I don't think it's impossible. I think that corporate greed is a huge problem in America. And there's not enough regulation to tax these companies. Trump, he is pro-business. He's pro-economy. He's pro-free markets. And I agree with that as well. But there needs to be a degree of regulation where you guys could afford to set up somewhat of a healthcare scheme, which doesn't have to be free, but you could dramatically reduce the cost with not much of a detraction from the taxpayers' dollar. That's my point. It's not impossible.
I understand. I just want to clarify. I don't think it's impossible for Americans to do it. I just don't think the Democratic Party is the party that's going to do it. And the reason why is because they're just bought out by the corporation, and it just would not be, they wouldn't be able to profit off of it. So just so you know, I'm a green voter, and
you shouldn't have to profit off people dying.
Yeah, no, you should not have to profit off of people dying. That is accurate. But that is the only way that the Democrats will bring something like that to the floor. They've had a chance to do it in the past, and they just refused to. They wanted to profit off of it. That's what Obamacare was. So,
well, Obamacare was flawed and corrupt. We know that it wasn't the right way, but that doesn't mean, that's not necessary to say. I feel like Americans, you know, you look to the past to seek answers, and I think that it's not a particularly bad thing to suggest that you live in the richest society in the world. You know, you guys have got the world's currency. In October, when BRICS release all this, it might be a different story. You know, we don't know how that's going to turn out, but it's not a ridiculous thing to suggest that, you know, you guys deserve free healthcare. If Ruby went and drove her car, and then some guy crashed into her, and she had car insurance, she had to go to the hospital and had to, you know, her arms are broken, whatever. If you have a serious injury and stuff like that, she's going to be paying. She will, you know, you're going to be paying. And unless you're paying for your life insurance, your health insurance, then it's, frankly, I'm not XJW. I'm not XJW. I'm not. But I'm here. But I mean, offering a different perspective, I don't think that's wrong.
we're just.
I respect you. Yeah, exactly. But I love you, Americans. I've got American family, and you know, they're mostly Dems. Some of them are Republican, and it's very interesting to talk to them because, you know, they want free healthcare. I think everyone deep down wants free healthcare, but I think that you've all been told this kind of idea by the government and the governments of the past that you just can't afford it. You guys could afford it. You could afford it any day. They could implement it now. They could. They just need to allocate some funds. Someone said earlier, "Oh, the UK sends arms to Israel." That's true. But if the UK didn't supply £574 million to Israel, or whatever you said, the guy who commented that, then maybe our NHS would be in a better situation. That's what I said about America as well. There you go. £574 million since 2008. If we didn't supply £574 million to Israel since 2008, our NHS would be in a better position. It's on its knees now because of migration and underfunding. The Tories, the Conservatives, have been trying to privatize every single part of it. That's a problem with America as well. You privatize everything. Everything's done by a company. As much as I agree with libertarian policies, and I see myself as libertarian. I don't want the government up my ass. I don't want them into my business. I want
Because
less
private
taxes.
companies can do it better than the government. That's the thing. And I'm not saying that they can't afford it. I agree with you. They probably could. But the thing is the socialism. That's the thing. That's the very first patterns of socialism. Oh, free healthcare, free housing, free this, free that. Which country has socialism succeeded? Hi,
But
Tad.
but the NHS has been a massive success in the UK, and we're not a socialist country. We're very much capitalist,
So
and we
that's
have
the
privatized
fine line.
everything.
That's where, okay, so that's where I'm at. I'm like, okay, this sounds good. It sounds amazing. But then I have such a negative connotation to socialism. So it's like, maybe I do
Because
need
you've
to
been
educate
taught
myself.
because you've been taught that everything to do with socialism is Fidel Castro and people suffering, but that's not
Exactly.
necessarily true. It is just what Americans are taught by the government, and it's not. I don't think it's fair for Americans to have to deal with no healthcare at all. Like if you're addicts and stuff like that,
Mhm.
America, the CIA were giving America crack cocaine in the 90s. They were going to the drug cartels and shipping over crack cocaine and putting it into black communities. That's
Right.
not fucking right. I'm sorry, but that's not right, and it's not
That's
fair.
the CIA,
So,
though, right?
but that's America.
But that's the CIA.
But is the CIA America?
No. Okay, so that's my thing. I'm an abolitionist. I want to abolish all three-letter agencies: the FBI, the CIA, the
No, they need to be
DOE. Like,
reimagined. They need to exist, but they need to be reimagined. They're
no,
run.
I
They
don't think
have
they need to
they've run
exist.
off. They've run off. They've well
I
in a
think those things
perfect
are
world, Ruby.
unconstitutional because the states should take care of their own thing, and then the federal government should take care of disputes among the states, right? And before those agencies even existed, America was fine. we existed. We were fine without the CIA and the FBI and those agencies.
But you only have, I would say, to counter that as well. Without the CIA and the FBI, if without the FBI, the Unabomber would have just been in his little shack setting bombs to everyone and killing people en masse. If you do need in the UK, we have MI6 and MI6, but we don't. MI6 don't go around the world killing autocratic leaders and
They
replacing them
probably
with.
do. How do you know? You see, that's what I'm saying. That
But
leads into corruption.
not as much. I would say our
Oh, come
defense
on.
ministry, our defense ministry.
I think they're all in cahoots. I'm sorry. That is an excuse for the
Yeah, they
government
are.
to not have
Yeah, they are.
their hands into it and say, "Oh, that's the
Yeah, they are.
CIA, that's the FBI, that's not us." And
Yeah,
they take away
but
their accountability. So no, it should be a state's issue. And if the Unabomber was doing what he was doing, then those states need to work together and share information and figure out what's going on. You don't need a huge agency that's getting all this dark money, all these trillions of dollars, and you don't know where it's going. You don't know what they're doing with it.
So do you understand like bureaucracy with between you know what bureaucracy is, right? So bureaucracy between states and stuff like that. Let's say the Unabomber was still going, or there was a terrorist who was bombing people everywhere. Do you think that like it would be more difficult for them to catch someone like that by all the states communicating with one another than one agency which is represented the entire nation to go after him, which is funded by the state? It would be easier to get the bad guys with a big a big agency like that. That's the good part of the FBI and the CIA. I'm not saying
I get what you're saying.
I'm not
I
saying they're
am more
good. I'm not saying they're good. I'm not saying they're good, and I believe that states should have more power in themselves because that's fair. But the law's the law, and you have to adhere to the law. And I do agree. I do agree with you in some sense that, you know, it would be better if states could work together. But states don't agree with each other. They have, let's say, for example, there's a serial killer in one state. There's people dying in another state. Something like that, right? So it would be more difficult. Let's say that those two states oppose each other on abortion or something like that, or they oppose each other on certain issues. How are they going to get things over the line when they don't like each other? That's why agencies like that exist as an umbrella to protect everyone. But I do agree that they have too much control and have too much influence on the whole world, and it's not right.
Yeah, maybe you're right. I don't know. I would have to do research on why the FBI was created and the CIA was created. I would have to really dig deep and dive into that rabbit hole. But in my opinion, I'm so anti-Fed. I want to shrink the government. I don't think the government should have that much
I agree.
power over the states.
I agree.
The power needs to go back to the states. And if we existed
agree.
without those things, then we should be able to move forward without them. And
But
their
your states
history.
don't agree with each other. That's the problem.
Yeah, but if you look into the history of the FBI,
No, they've done heinous things.
yeah, nah, chill. Like they killed JFK. That right there would have been like abolished. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, you can't just take out a U.S. president like that, and then all of us are just gonna accept it and be like, oh yeah, I trust the FBI now. Absolutely not. Like, I don't even trust the Secret Service anymore after what happened to Donald Trump in the assassination attempt.
No.
I don't even trust them anymore. So I'm like,
that was an obvious ploy to get rid of him. We all know that. It was evident. It was evident. And well, yeah, Shaq Composer, 20,000 people killed by the CIA. Fully agree with you. That's what I mean. Their reach across the world is too powerful. They have too much power over the government, and they sometimes operate as a rogue state within your own United States. They're their own state. They dictate almost what the country should do, and it's all in the name of capitalism. But this is what I mean. The state, that's a socialist thing that they're doing. That's the communists did the same thing. They had the Stasis. They had what do you call it? It's still going. I can't remember the bloody name of it, but their secret service, the Kremlin secret service. Someone will correct me in the comments in a second because I just can't remember. I'm tired at this point. But it's the same thing. That's socialism as well. That's autocracy. That's people. They're sending people, foreign assassins, to go kill people they don't like. That's socialist. That's not. So the FBI and the CIA, I agree, they need to be defunded in a way, but they need to be defunded in order to put the money which they have into protecting your own people, not disaffecting other countries around the world for your benefit. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Thank you for that. You're gonna have to send me. I mean, if you do have any info of everything that you've said tonight, you need to send me that on Discord so that I can read up on this. Lucy, how do you feel about everything we just said?
Well, I definitely agree with Teddy when he's talking about U.S. imperialism needs to stop. That's causing problems for us. It's causing problems for people in other countries. I would definitely love to see the U.S. try to give all of its citizens Medicare for all. It's something that my party has been lobbying for well over almost 2 decades now. And I have a funny story. The only time that I ever applied for food stamps here in Arizona, the first paycheck I got after they took that money back out of my first 2 paychecks. So I don't understand when I hear anecdotal stories about people coming here from other countries and getting food stamps and WIC and, supplementary income and everything, because me as a citizen, I have never been able to access that information or any of those types of perks. And on top of it, I have now been living without health care since 2019 because As the last two jobs that I have had did not qualify for healthcare because they had less than 20 employees that worked there. So, it doesn't matter. You can try to work for a company that you like, but they just might not even be able to offer those things. But if we had a universal health care that was provided, from the state level or the federal level, then I could be free to go to a different job that I actually wanted. And I wouldn't have to worry about losing my health care. See, that's what's happening right now in the US is people are not able to go do the job that they actually want to because they are constricted by the other perks that are offered by their employee, or I'm sorry, by their employer, like healthcare, life insurance, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I agree, and I agree with Lucy right there, fully. It's really sad that that's the situation that you guys have to deal with. If there's no, it impacts job security. I think what you were saying as well is like, your job security is not there because
Well, she
let's
just
say you have a
described
high.
capitalism, though. She just described capitalism, I believe, because in my opinion, this employer provides this, so then you make the decision, I'm going to work for this because of the benefits here. And then another private company can say, oh, I'm going to pay you more. I'm going to give you these kind of benefits. So everybody can do their own thing because of capitalism. And just like Colty said,
Go on. Sorry,
ahead.
Samantha, go on.
Okay, I just want to talk to Colty because she says, but Lucy, immigrants get a preloaded debit card and housing here in New York. And yeah, because they are a sanctuary city. So each state has different laws when it comes to socialist agendas, or when it comes to immigrants, because in state of Florida, I could also get EBT, but then they have a work program. So you would have to work if you're not pregnant or if you're an able-bodied person, you would have to get a job. And in different states, they don't require that. Or like Lucy said, they took it a hot check. I totally approve of that. Sure, I would totally love if we did implement those things, and then you can pay for it back. Yeah, because nothing's free. Okay, go ahead, Teddy.
Well, yeah, I mean that's kind of a. I agree in the sense that some states are more socialist. They have stupid socialist policies, like in New York, where they're giving EBT and stuff like that to immigrants, and there's no proof of work, stuff like that. I'm always, as you know me, I'm always going to report back to what I know and to the system that we have in comparison to America, which I think that America should learn from maybe ours, maybe Europe's system in many ways. There's places like Finland, Sweden, Norway. They're the happiest places in the world. They have the happiest rate. They have some of the best healthcare, and it's all free. And the taxpayers pay they pay high taxes, but they get paid a lot as well. However, the problem is they're unified. They're a smaller place. It's more difficult for America to work together because, like you say, in New York, for example, you've got in the UK. So you say, oh, you have to. In Florida, right? You have to work and you have to work in order to get EBT. You have to be obviously proving that you're trying to get a job in order to get EBT, right? So in the UK, we have benefits. In order to get benefits, you're either disabled or you have too many children that you cannot look after all of them in order to work. Which a lot of people abuse that system by having too many kids, something like that. So do you know what I mean? So that's the right kind of system. However, it's with EBT, we have the benefits, but you have to be able to proving that you're actively trying to get a job the whole time. You have to be proving to the government you're getting a job and you're going to the job center to get one. You have to do that in order to do in order to get the benefits, which is the rightful thing to do. Which is the rightful thing to do in my eyes. But I think that because you guys have such disparity in your states, and the states believe in some things, and it's still, I don't think it's a communist or socialist thing to believe that everyone deserves a free right to healthcare in the richest country in the world. It's simply, it comes down to the fact that you guys can't work together over simple things because of your disparities. That's it. It's too divisive in America. You guys are left, right,
Exactly. We need to unite. And that's why I say if the Democrats were America first, we can have a Democratic version of America first. We can have the Republican conservative America first. But if we were all on the same page about America and Americans first, then I believe everything that you just said can be implemented.
It should be,
but just
yeah,
like
it should be Americans first. Americans first.
Yes, right.
Not for anyone, not for any political party. It's
Right.
America first.
There you go. I totally agree with. I agree. But right
both
now,
Trump-
it's not going to happen.
But that's the problem. It's Trump and Biden. You know, like Biden's last speech. You know, he says, like I think I've said before, he says that Trump just screams and shouts. He's raging all the time, and he just calls him names. He's just like he's not doing himself any favors. He's like, "You're the sucker. You're the loser," and he's shouting and screaming on stage on his farewell speech. And you know, all the UK media, they were saying, "Oh, fiery speech from Biden." It was divisive speech from Biden is what it was. He says that the Democratic Party are uniting America. None of them, neither parties are trying to unite America. They just want to win.
Right. Yeah. But you know what? That's why I agree with the child tax credit of the $6,000 because we should be incentivizing families. Like you said, they will abuse the system by having too many kids. But I'm for the nuclear family. I'm for kids. I want people to get married and have kids. So I probably would incentivize. Like that's a good thing the government can do. Incentivize people having families. Give the $3,000 for each kid to keep having children. And that's the only type of thing that I would be like,
subsidize American-born families. Like that is what you need. But that is what you need.
Get married.
Have more children, and give subsidies to people who are having kids and struggling and are working. But that's the main point, are working. That's the problem we have in the UK because everyone here is not, they'll have 6-7 children just to avoid the fact that they have to work because they can't work if they've got 6-7 children because they have to pay someone to look after them whilst they go to work. So it's like, it's a double-edged sword. There's different ways of looking at it. But I must say, Ruby, I have to go to bed now. So I'll love you and leave you.
Good night, Teddy. Thank you so much for joining.
Good night, Teddy.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you so much. Thank you.
No, I appreciate love speaking to you guys. And I'm sorry if I've been waffling.
You're fine. I loved it. Come. Don't be a stranger. Come back. We'll be here.
I know some people say I'm not XJW, but as long as you say I'm welcome, I feel welcome. So
yeah. What? Forget about it. Tomorrow, the next day, and on Discord.
All right. Well, I'll be in touch.
Good
I'll see you soon. Bye-bye. Love you. Bye.
Bye.
Oh my God.
Okay, Lucy. So I think you had a thought that you wanted to share because I saw you unmute your mic. Did you want to share something?
I forget now. He's such a sweet person, and I really appreciate him coming on. And his UK accent makes what he has to say go down a little bit easier, right? Because he's got some hardcore opinions about what he has observed, right?
Yeah, definitely. I love talking to other people from different countries because that is like I'm looking outside into what I believe in, and as because we're always in like this bubble, and sometimes you have to listen to other people that look at America from the outside. So I'm definitely appreciative of that. So I'm so glad that he found me on the algorithm, I guess, and just jumped on, and I'm so glad for that. Yeah, that was amazing.
Yep, I appreciate that. And I appreciate the open dialogue and his willingness to try and understand what we're going through. And, he didn't come on and say, "Oh, you guys are so stupid. You don't understand." He actually was trying to understand, where we're coming from. So I appreciate all of it.
Yes, I just want to touch on what Colty said here. She said, but Medicare is not free. Colty, yeah, teach me about that because I was looking into that. I said, oh, well, like I said before, if you are below the poverty line, which is you make less than $30,000 a year, then you qualify for Medicare. Now, some states they make you pay it back, or like they take it out your check, like you said before. So I don't know too much about that, but Colty, if you have any more info, definitely let me know. Let me know more about that.
So who's next up
Extremists
on the?
and evolved into a cult. The cult
Okay,
of
so
Donald
he's my
Trump.
mayor. He's
Oh,
my
nice.
Doesn't
So
know
let's
the
listen
first
to
thing
him.
about public service. Like a child, he acts purely out of self-interest. We all need an adult in the White House, and we've seen what happens when we don't have one. Trump made a lot of lofty promises: unlimited economic growth, American manufacturing reborn, a secure border. Turns out Donald Trump was all talk. He wanted our votes, but he couldn't deliver a thing. But these days, my city of Mesa, Arizona is on the move. I'm going to ribbon cuttings every single week, all because Joe Biden and Kamala Harris reached across the aisle and they delivered for my conservative community and countless more across the country. My hero, John McCain, taught us to put country over party. And that's how Vice President Harris and Governor Walz will lead too. I have an urgent message for the majority of Americans who, like me, are in the political middle. John McCain's Republican Party is gone, and we don't owe a damn thing to what's been left behind. So let's turn the page. Let's put country first. Let's put adults in the room where our country deserves.
I can't believe he said that. Wow.
Yeah, fear mongering.
Wow. So how do you feel with that guy as your mayor? Like how do you feel about him?
So a little bit of history. Mesa, Arizona was the very last city in the whole country to make Martin Luther King a holiday. So when he says that Mesa is conservative, they're very conservative. The majority of the population is Mormon, and so a deeply religious community as well. But Mayor Giles is a Republican. So he made national headlines when the day after Kamala Harris said that she was running for president, he put a Republican mayor in Arizona is now promoting a Democratic president. So that made national headlines. And it's what it speaks to is the great divide that's happening between the Republicans. So out here in Arizona, the MAGA Republicans and the John McCain Republicans are clashing. So that's what we're seeing right now.
Wow. Yeah, that's interesting. I don't think I've heard of that. I'm gonna have to look that up. Wow, that's very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then we have somebody else here. I don't know who this is. Man, they're really dragging this out because it's already 10 p.m. Where is Clinton and the Obamas? Like, oh
I know, and
man.
there's 2 more days of this.
Okay, because but I looked at the article and it said day 2. And oh my goodness, I hope I didn't misunderstand. Oh man. Okay, so I guess we could just listen in.
Yeah, what San Diego
I went to
Chemo is
war
saying. Yeah, it's
to
kind of like the
protect
Tea Party.
America's rights and freedoms. So I take it personally when a 5-time draft dodging coward like Donald Trump tries to take away
Wow.
my rights and freedoms in return, especially when it concerns my daughters. My girls, gamer girl Abigail and queen of the monkey bars, Miley, are everything to me. but they would never have been born without access to reproductive care. Because after 10 years of struggling with infertility, I was only able to have them through the miracle of IVF. But now, Trump's anti-woman crusade has put other Americans' right to have their own families at risk. Because if they
I think he
win,
will soon, Colty.
Republicans will not stop at banning abortion. They will come for IVF next. They'll prosecute doctors. They will shame and spy on women. And if you think that's far-fetched,
False. That's false.
just look up what happened in Alabama last year. So let me say to every would-be parent, I see you. I'm with you. And together, in November, we'll send a message to old Cadet Bone Spurs. Stay out of our doctors' offices, and where you're at it, out of the Oval Office too. Look, my struggle with infertility was more painful than any wound I earned on the battlefield. So how dare a convicted felon like Donald Trump treat women seeking health care like they're the ones breaking the law? How dare J.D. Vance criticize childless women on cable news, then vote against legislation that would have actually helped Americans to start families? How dare the GOP endanger the dreams of countless veterans whose combat wounds prevent them from having kids without IVF, punishing our heroes for their willingness to serve? It's simple. Every American deserves the right to be called mommy or daddy without being treated like a criminal.
I agree, Thrifty.
Kamala Harris believes that. So let's make some history and elect her in November. God bless America.
This is my dad, Doug. He was raised in Jersey, moved to LA when he was 16. These are his parents, Barb and Mike. They think he walks on water. This is what he wore to his bar mitzvah. And here's him at summer camp. They voted him most athletic, so he says. This is a photo McDonald's used when he was Employee of the Month. It hung on our wall for years. My dad is a lawyer, a really good one. My mom called him the crisis guy because he was everyone's first call. My parents split when I was in middle school, and that wasn't easy. That's not easy for any kid. But it helped that my parents stayed friends, and we all kept hanging together. We grew closer than ever. And then he met Kamala, the blind date.
Oh my God.
Of our lives.
Oh, I didn't see the plot twist.
Senior year of high school, Elle and I would laugh watching them fall in love, acting like teenagers. In 2014, Kamala became Mamala. She took over Sunday night dinners and taught Doug how to actually cook. Our blended family wasn't used to politics or the spotlight, but when Kamala became senator, we were all excited to step up, especially my dad. Then Kamala became vice president. It felt like Doug was a bit out of place on Capitol Hill. I thought, what is my goofy dad doing here? But he embraced it. He left his practice after being a lawyer for 30 years. That was tough. I was so proud to watch him do it, to stand by her side, an example of true partnership. I just got married myself, and he's inspired me as a new husband. Anyone who really gets close to him knows he's kind, loving, and fiercely protective. I mean, just look at this face.
Oh my God, this is so cringy.
The first second gentleman in the history of this nation. He's found his voice around the issues that matter to him.
You have no choice but to speak up and speak out.
There is an epidemic of hate, including a crisis of anti-Semitism in our country and around the world.
What they are doing on reproductive freedom and freedom in general is just outrageous.
And next, he's going to make history again as the first.
Oh yes, Colty. Even the RNC, the whole Trump family was there. Yesterday, Ashley Biden was there. The whole Biden family was there. Yeah. This is my first time watching it too, so this is a watch party.
We might not look like other families in the White House, but we are ready to represent all families in America.
Yeah, that's the vibe I'm getting, Thrifty.
Please welcome my dad, the second.
Oh man,
Doug Emhoff.
this is the first time I'm gonna hear this man speak. So let me see what he gotta say. Oh, definitely brainwashing. Yes. Yes, Colty. Yes.
I guess he didn't want me to give this speech. He just. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hello. Hello to my big, beautiful, blended family up there. I love you so much. Aren't you proud of Cole? Wow. And a special shout out to my mother. I see you.
Oh
my mother
my God.
is the only person in the whole world who.
Since starting the farmer's dog. On.
And to Kamala, who, well, we just saw where she is. She's out on the trail listening to and talking with voters. Honey, I can't wait for you to come back to Chicago because we're having a great time here. I love you so much. I'm so proud of how you're stepping up for all of us. But that's who she is. Wherever she's needed, however she's needed, Kamala rises to the occasion. And she did it for me and our family. And now that the country needs her, she's showing you what we already know. She's ready to lead.
Dang,
she brings both joy and toughness to this task. And she will be.
She's not. There's a second location in Milwaukee. That's where she is.
Now, I'm the son of two Brooklynites, Mike and Barb. They've been together almost 70 years. My dad worked in the shoe business in Manhattan, and he moved our family out to New Jersey. Where's New Jersey? I see you out there. When I was a little kid. And in a lot of ways, I had a typical Jersey suburban childhood. I biked around the neighborhood. I took the bus to Hebrew school. And I rode to Little League practice in the way back of my coach's wood-paneled station wagon. And if we did well, we got to have a Slurpee after. In my neighborhood, everyone left their garage door open. Wherever you ended up at dinner time, that's the family that fed you. Everyone took care of everyone else. And the guys I grew up with are
I miss
still
that,
my
America.
best friends. The group chat is active every day, and it's probably blowing up right now, guys. When my dad had to get a new job, we moved across the country to LA. Money was tight. Hey, California. Money was tight, so I worked at McDonald's in high school for some extra cash. Not only was I Employee of the Month, but I still have the frame picture, which you just saw, and there was a ring, golden arches and all. And then I waited tables, parked cars. I was working full-time so I could afford to go to college part-time. And thanks to partial scholarships, student loans, and a little help from my dad, I got myself through law school. And I got my first job as a lawyer, which is also where I met the guys in my fantasy football league. And a lot has changed in our lives since the early 90s, but my team name is still Nirvana. Yes, after the band. I worked hard, and I love being a lawyer. And by the way, I still get to be part of the profession by teaching students at Georgetown Law School. I got married, became a dad to Cole and Ella. Unfortunately, I went through a divorce, but eventually started worrying about how I would make it all work. And that's when something unexpected happened. In 2013, I walked into a contentious client meeting. We worked through the issue, and by the end of the meeting, the now happy client offered to set me up on a blind date, which is how
Really,
I ended
Deborah?
up with Kamala Harris's
I
phone
want the
number.
receipts. I want to see that.
Now, for generations, people have debated when to call the
Good
person
point,
you're being
Thrifty.
set up with. And never in history has anyone suggested 8:30 a.m.
Thank you, King of Dots. Very interesting.
That's when I dialed. I got Kamala's voicemail, and I just started rambling. Hey, it's Doug. I'm on my way to an early meeting. Again, it's Doug. I remember I was trying to grab the words out of the air and just put them back in my mouth. And for what seemed like far too many minutes, I hung up. By the way, Kamala saved that voicemail, and she makes me listen to it on every anniversary. But that message wasn't the only unusual thing about that day. Now, Kamala, who normally would have been working hard at her office, just happened to be waiting at her apartment for a contractor to do some work on her kitchen. I was eating at my desk, which was not a regular occurrence for a busy lawyer like me who appreciated a good business lunch. But that's when she called me back. And we talked for an hour, and we laughed. Well, you know that laugh. I love that laugh.
Ew! What? They were cackling together. Ew!
Maybe that counted as our first date. Or maybe it was that Saturday night when I picked her up and told her, buckle up, I'm a really bad driver. Because you can't hide anything from Kamala Harris, so you might as well own it. And as I got to know her better and just fell in love fast, I learned what drives Kamala. And it's what you've seen over these past 4 years, and especially these past 4 weeks. She finds joy in pursuing justice. She stands up to bullies just like my parents taught me to. And she likes to see people do well, but hates when they're treated unfairly. She believes this work requires a basic
I know, I'm
curiosity into
exhausted. I'm
how
yawning.
people are
I'm
doing.
starving.
Her
Like,
empathy is her strength.
Okay, so do you want a little background
Over the
on
past
what he
decade,
said early on, or do you want to keep listening to him?
No, go ahead. Tell me. I want to
All
know.
right. Okay, so he said that when he was, what, 18, that his dad had to leave the East Coast and move to the West Coast because he lost his job or something.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so he was born in 1964, so he was 20 in 1984. And do we know who was the president during that time?
Oh, I don't remember. No.
It was Reagan.
Okay. All right. Yep.
And that about that same time, 1981, 82, 83 is when, so my parents were living in West Virginia at the time, and my dad had his own business. He was a mason, so he had his own business. And what happened with the Reagan administration, I mean, this is proven fact. A lot of the small businesses were shuttered during that time because of the policies of that administration. And so it's interesting to hear him talk about his dad losing his job and having to move out west, because that's exactly what my family had to do as well. And that was due to the economics of the time. A lot of people had to do that, and it changed the landscape of our country because of what happened, right? So it's just interesting, just a little. I mean, I don't have any gotcha or anything else other than just to back up what he said and the reason why he said it. And I experienced it. That's how I ended up in Arizona.
Okay, yep, that makes sense. Some people in the comments were saying that he got divorced because he had an affair with the nanny in the first marriage. I've heard that. I've heard that. But this is the first time that I'm hearing him speak. So, I mean, I am a little interested, but he's a little cringy and it's a little weird. Like, I don't know. I don't like, I'm so like I don't like PDA. I don't like gushy stuff. Like, I'm not romantic at all.
Oh, so just him talking about how he's talking about his wife and stuff. It's just not interesting.
Yeah, no, it's a little cringy for me. But I know he's doing it so that people could get to know him and stuff like that. So it is nice to know how they met and stuff like that. But I don't know. It's just really weird and cringy. I don't know.
Oh, I don't have any bad feelings about what he's talking about. I mean, he's just trying to say that he's proud of his wife, I guess. I mean, I don't have any ill will against him for doing that, I guess. There's nothing wrong with it. He does seem a little animated, a little overexcited. I wouldn't but I mean, it is an unusual situation where his wife is being appointed. She didn't earn any of those votes. So yeah, he's gonna have some weird emotions going on right now, because quite frankly, if half the states stood up right now at this convention and said, no, we don't think we like what's going on, they would have to stop. They would have to stop because they've already broken so many of their own rules. It's ridiculous at this point. So it doesn't surprise me when some of these people get up here and they look like a deer in the headlights, because they are scared right now. They're not doing what they're supposed to do. And so they're afraid they're going to be called out on their baloney, right?
But that's what I want to see. That's real American for me. If the states would finally stand up for themselves and say, we didn't want Kamala to run. Joe stepped down after he said that he wasn't going to step down. So what's going on here? It's a power struggle, and I don't know what is going on, but she's hijacking the whole campaign, the money, everything. Nobody likes her. Nobody voted her in, and she's just taking over. So I wish the states would stand up for themselves and do exactly what you said. Stop the whole convention. Stop this whole thing. Convene right now when you have everybody in the convention, and go upstairs in the room, in the conference room, and talk about who do we really want to run.
Yeah, exactly. They could right now, they have enough people in their party in the room at this time that they could actually do a real legitimate vote, and they could pick somebody from their party that they actually want. But they're not doing that. They're doing this dog and pony show for 4 days, trying to convince America that the Democratic Party democratically voted this person into this position. And that is not what happened at all. They did a backroom deal. All the people with all the money got together and said, yep, she's got the right skin color, the right gender. We think we should go with her. That's what they did.
Mm-hmm. Yep, you're absolutely right. And Colty said Hindu. She's Hindu. Yeah, she's Indian. She's not black. She's not African American. She's Michelle. Okay, let's listen to see what Michelle has to say.
Okay.
Oh my God, I can't believe they brought them. They dragged them out here, guys. Wow. I'm more scared of Michelle. She could win.
We got a big night ahead. Thank you all so much. Thank you so much. Okay. Hey. Hello, Chicago. Yeah. All right. Something wonderfully magical is in the air, isn't it? Yeah. You know, we're feeling it here in this arena, but it's spreading all across this country we love. A familiar feeling that's been buried too deep for far too long. You know what I'm talking about.
No, I don't.
The contagious power of hope. The anticipation, the energy, the exhilaration of once again being on the cusp of a brighter day. The chance to vanquish the demons of fear, division, and hate that have consumed us and continue pursuing the unfinished promise of this great nation, the dream that our parents and grandparents fought and died and sacrificed for. America, hope is making a comeback. But to be honest, I am realizing that until recently, I have mourned the dimming of that hope. And maybe you've experienced the same feelings, that deep pit in my stomach, a palpable sense of dread about the future. And for me, that mourning has also been mixed with my own personal grief. The last time I was here in my hometown was to memorialize my mother, the woman who showed me the meaning of hard work and humility and decency,
the woman who set my moral compass high and showed me the power of my own voice. Folks, I still feel her loss so profoundly. I wasn't even sure if I'd be steady enough to stand before you tonight, but my heart compelled me to be here because of the sense of duty that I feel to honor her memory and to remind us all not to squander the sacrifices our elders made to give us a better future. You see, my mom, in her steady, quiet way, lived out that striving sense of hope every single day of her life. She believed that all children, all people have value, that anyone can succeed if given the opportunity. She and my father didn't aspire to be wealthy. In fact, they were suspicious of folks who took more than they needed. They understood that it wasn't enough for their kids to thrive if everyone else around us was drowning. So my mother volunteered at the local school. She always looked out for the other kids on the block. She was glad to do the thankless, unglamorous work that for generations has strengthened the fabric of this nation. The belief that if you do unto others, if you love thy neighbor, if you work and scrape and sacrifice, it will pay off. If not for you, then maybe for your children or your grandchildren. You see, those values have been passed on through family farms and factory towns, through tree-lined streets and crowded tenements, through prayer groups and National Guard units and social studies classrooms. Those were the values my mother poured into me until her very last breath. Kamala Harris and I built our lives on those same foundational values. Even though our mothers grew up an ocean apart, they shared the same belief in the promise of this country. That's why her mother moved here from India at 19. It's why she taught Kamala about justice.
Thank you, Michelle, for saying
about
that.
the obligation to lift others up, about our responsibility to give more than we take. She'd often tell her daughter, don't sit around and complain about things, do something. So, with that voice in her head, Kamala went out and she worked hard in school, graduating from an HBCU, earning her law degree at a state school. And then she went on to work for the people, fighting to hold lawbreakers accountable, strengthening the rule of law, fighting to get folks better wages, cheaper prescription drugs, a good education, decent health care, child care, elder care. From a middle-class household, Kamala worked her way up to become Vice President of the United States of America. My girl, Kamala Harris, is more than ready for this moment. She is one of the most qualified people ever to seek the office of the presidency. And she is one of the most dignified. A tribute to her mother, to my mother, and to your mother too. The embodiment of the stories we tell ourselves about this country. Her story is your story. It's my story. It's the story of the vast majority of Americans trying to build a better life. Look, Kamala knows, like we do, that regardless of where you come from, what you look like, who you love, how you worship, or what's in your bank account, we all deserve the opportunity to build a decent life. All of our contributions deserve to be accepted and valued. Because no one has a monopoly on what it means to be an American. No one. Kamala has shown her allegiance to this nation, not by spewing anger and bitterness, but by living a life of service and always pushing the doors of opportunity open to others. She understands that most of us will never be afforded the grace of failing forward. We will never benefit from the affirmative
Damn, San
action of
Diego, I'm
generational wealth.
starving.
Yeah, I skipped dinner too to be here, so I'm like, my stomach's growling too.
Say that again, Lucy.
I skipped dinner to be here too, so I am starving.
I've been drinking water for 4 hours.
Oh, jeez.
I know. Okay, I'm gonna push through though. I'm gonna push through.
Or cheating others to get further ahead. No. We don't get to change the rules so we always win. If we see a mountain in front of us, we don't expect there to be an escalator waiting to take us to the top. No. We put our heads down. We get to work. In America, we do something. And throughout her entire life, that's what we've seen from Kamala Harris. The steel of her spine, the steadiness of her upbringing, the honesty of her example, and yes, the joy of her laughter and her light.
There is nothing like
The unseen labor and unwavering commitment that has always made America great. Now, unfortunately, we know what comes next. We know folks are going to do everything they can to distort her truth. My husband and I sadly know a little something about this. For years, Donald Trump did everything in his power to try to make people fear us.
What?
See, his limited, narrow view of the world made him feel threatened by the existence of two hardworking, highly educated, successful people who happen to be Black. I want to know who's going to tell him that the job he's currently seeking might just be one of those Black jobs.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. You know,
It's his same old con. His same old con. Doubling down on ugly, misogynistic, racist lies as a substitute for real ideas and solutions that will actually make people's lives better. Look, because cutting our health care, taking away our freedom to control our bodies, the freedom to become a mother through IVF like I did, those things are not going to improve the health outcomes of our wives, mothers, and daughters. Shutting down the Department of Education, banning our books, none of that will prepare our kids for the future. Demonizing our children for being who they are and loving who they love. Look, that doesn't make anybody's life better. Instead, it only makes us small. And let me tell you this, going small is never the answer. Going small is the opposite of what we teach our kids. Going small is petty, it's unhealthy, and quite frankly, it's unpresidential. So, why would any of us accept this from anyone seeking our highest office? Why would we normalize that type of backward leadership? Doing so only demeans and cheapens our politics. It only serves to further discourage good, big-hearted people from wanting to get involved at all. America, our parents taught us better than that, and we deserve so much better than that. That's why we must do everything in our power to elect 2 of those good, big-hearted people. There is no other choice than Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. No other choice. But as we embrace this renewed sense of hope,
I'll be here.
let us not forget the despair we have felt. Let us not forget what we are up against. Yes, Kamala and Tim are doing great now. We're loving it. They're packing arenas across the country. Folks are energized. We are feeling good. But remember, there are still so many people who are desperate for a different outcome, who are ready to question and criticize every move Kamala makes, who are eager to spread those lies, who don't want to vote for a woman, who will continue to prioritize building their wealth over ensuring that everyone has enough. So no matter how good we feel tonight or tomorrow or the next day, this is going to be an uphill battle. So folks, we cannot be our own worst enemies. No. See, because the minute something goes wrong, the minute a lie takes hold, folks, we cannot start wringing our hands. We cannot get a Goldilocks complex about whether everything is just right. And we cannot indulge our anxieties about whether this country will elect someone like Kamala instead of doing everything we can to get someone like Kamala elected. And Tim, they have lived amazing lives. And I am confident that they will lead with compassion, inclusion, and grace. But they are still only human. They are not perfect. And like all of us, they will make mistakes. But luckily, y'all, this is not just on them. No, this is up to us, all of us, to be the solution that we seek. It's up to all of us to be the antidote to the darkness and division. Look, I don't care how you identify politically, whether you're Democrat, Republican, Independent, or none of the above. This is our time to stand up for what we know in our hearts is right. To stand up, not just for our basic freedoms, but for decency and humanity, for basic respect, dignity, and empathy.
Thank you, Shaq. Good point.
For the values at the very foundation of this democracy. It's up to us to remember what Kamala's mother told her. Don't just sit around and complain, do something. So if they lie about her, and they will, we've got to do something. If we see a bad poll, and we will, we got to put down that phone and do something. If we start feeling tired, if we start feeling that dread creeping back in, we got to pick ourselves up, throw water on our face, and what? We only have 2.5 months, y'all. to get this done. Only 11 weeks to make sure every single person we know is registered and has a voting plan. So we cannot afford for anyone America to sit on their hands and wait to be called. Don't complain if no one from the campaign has specifically reached out to you to ask you for your support. There is simply no time for that kind of foolishness. You know what you need to do. So, consider this to be your official ask. Michelle Obama is asking you, no, I'm telling y'all to do something. Because you all, this election is going to be close. In some states, just a handful, listen to me, a handful of votes in every precinct could decide the winner. So we need to vote in numbers that erase any doubt. We need to overwhelm any effort to suppress us. Our fate is in our hands. In 77 days, we have the power to turn our country away from the fear, division, and smallness of the past. We have the power to marry our hope with our action. We have the power to pay forward the love, sweat, and sacrifice of our mothers and fathers and all those who came before us. We did it before, y'all, and we sure can do it again. Let us work like our lives depend on it. And let us keep moving our country forward and go higher. Yes, always higher than we've ever gone before as we elect the next president and vice president of the United States, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Thank you all. God bless. Now, before I go, I have one more job tonight. Yeah, one more job. You all, thank you for all the love, but it is now my honor to introduce somebody who knows a whole lot about hope.
Wow.
Someone who has spent his life strengthening our democracy. And let me
She's
tell
very
you, as
persuasive,
someone who
though.
lives
You know what
with
I mean?
him,
Like, if she was running, she would win. I'm afraid of her.
every day and thinks about what's best for this country. Please welcome America's 44th president and the love of my life, Barack Obama.
Satan himself. Oh my God. I haven't seen these people in forever.
Yeah, I agree with what Jeannie just said. Just like Watchtower, it's good propaganda. And Michelle Obama and Barack, I mean, they know how to speak in a persuasive way. So it tickles your ears.
Let me tell you something real quick. This is what you're going to witness here, and what you just witnessed is a Jehovah's Witness convention when they talk about Jesus, and they make you think they're Christians. They're making you think they love America, and they try to use the talking points. But you see, it's a trick. It's like, hey, we're Jehovah's Witnesses. We love Jesus. Yeah, you're going to see it right now.
Right. Good point, Gigi. Okay.
Chicago, it's good to be home. It is good to be home, and I don't know about you, but I'm feeling fired up. I am feeling ready to go. Even if I am the only person stupid enough to speak after Michelle Obama. I am feeling hopeful because this convention has always been pretty good to kids with funny names who believe in a country where anything is possible. Because we have a chance to elect someone who has spent her entire life trying to give people the same chances America gave her. Someone who sees you and hears you and will get up every single day and fight for you. The next president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
Yep.
It's been 16 years since I had the honor of accepting this party's nomination for president. And I know that's hard to believe because I have not aged a bit. But it's true. And looking back, I can say without question that my first big decision as your nominee turned out to be one of my best. And that was asking Joe Biden to serve by my side as vice president. Other than some common Irish blood, Joe and I come from different backgrounds, but we became brothers. And as we worked together for 8, sometimes pretty tough years, what I came to admire most about Joe wasn't just his smarts, his experience. It was his empathy and his decency and his hard-earned resilience, his unshakable belief that everyone in this country deserves a fair shot. And over the last 4 years, those are the values America has needed most. At a time when millions of our fellow citizens were sick and dying, we needed a leader with the character to put politics aside and do what was right. At a time when our economy was reeling, we needed a leader with the determination to drive what would become the world's strongest recovery. 15 million jobs, higher wages, lower healthcare costs. At a time when the other party had turned into a cult of personality, we needed a leader who was steady and brought people together and was selfless enough to do the rarest thing there is in politics, putting his own ambition aside for the sake of the country. History will remember Joe Biden as an outstanding president who defended democracy at a moment of great danger. And I am proud to call him my president, but I am even prouder to call him my friend. Now, the torch has been passed. Now it is up to all of us
to fight for the America we believe in. And make no mistake, it will be a fight. For all the incredible energy we've been able to generate over the last few weeks, for all the rallies and the memes, this will still be a tight race in a closely divided country. A country where too many Americans are still struggling. Where a lot of Americans don't believe government can help. And as we gather here tonight, the people who will decide this election are asking a very simple question. Who will fight for me? Who's thinking about my future, about my children's future, about our future together? One thing is for certain, Donald Trump is not losing sleep over that question. Here's a 78-year-old billionaire who has not stopped whining about his problems since he rode down his golden escalator 9 years ago. It has been a constant stream of gripes and grievances that's actually been getting worse now that he's afraid of losing to Kamala. There's the childish nicknames, the crazy conspiracy theories, this weird obsession with crowd sizes. It just goes on and on and on. The other day I heard someone compare Trump to the neighbor who keeps running his leaf blower outside your window every minute of every day. Now, from a neighbor, that's exhausting. From a president, it's just dangerous. The truth is, Donald Trump sees power as nothing more than it means to his ends. He wants the middle class to pay the price for another huge tax cut that would mostly help him and his rich friends. He killed a bipartisan immigration deal written in part by one of the most conservative Republicans in Congress that would have helped secure our southern border because he thought trying to actually solve the problem would hurt his campaign. He doesn't. Do not boo. Vote. He doesn't seem to care if more women lose their reproductive freedom since it won't affect his life. And most of all, Donald Trump wants us to think that this country is hopelessly divided between us and them, between the real Americans, who of course support him, and the outsiders who don't. And he wants you to think that you'll be richer and safer if you will just give him the power to put those other people back in their place. It is one of the oldest tricks in politics. From a guy whose act has, let's face it, gotten pretty stale. We do not need 4 more years of bluster and bumbling and chaos. We have seen that movie before, and we all know that the sequel is usually worse. America's ready for
Oh my God, look that guy.
America's ready for a better story. We are ready for a President Kamala Harris. And Kamala Harris is ready for the job. This is a person who has spent her life fighting on behalf of people who need a voice and a champion. As you heard from Michelle, Kamala was not born into privilege. She had to work for what she's got. And she actually cares about what other people are going through. She's not the neighbor running the leaf blower. She's the neighbor rushing over to help when you need a hand. As a prosecutor, Kamala stood up for children who had been victims of sexual abuse. As an attorney general of the most populous state in the country, she fought big banks and for-profit colleges, securing billions of dollars for the people they had scammed. After the home mortgage crisis, she pushed me and my administration hard to make sure homeowners got a fair settlement. Didn't matter that I was a Democrat.
Oh, nothing works on this acne.
Wow, I can't believe it, guys. I am in shock.
For the families who deserved it. As vice president, she helped take on the drug companies to cap the cost of insulin, lower the cost of health care, give families with kids a tax cut. And she is running for president with real plans to lower costs even more and protect Medicare and Medicaid and sign a law to guarantee every woman's right to make her own health care decisions. In other words, Kamala Harris won't be focused on her problems. She'll be focused on yours.
That's what Michelle said. Now they're repeating themselves.
Just cater to her own supporters and punish those who refuse to kiss the ring or bend the knee. She'll work on behalf of every American. That's who Kamala is. And in the White House, she will have an outstanding partner in Governor Tim Walz. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I love this guy. Tim is the kind of person who should be in politics. Born in a small town, served his country, taught kids, coached football, took care of his neighbors. He knows who he is, and he knows what's important. You can tell those flannel shirts he wears don't come from some political consultant. They come from his closet, and they have been through some stuff. They have been through some stuff. That's right. Together, Kamala and Tim have kept faith with America's central story. A story that says we are all created equal. All of us endowed with certain inalienable rights, that everyone deserves a chance, that even when we don't agree with each other, we can find a way to live with each other. That's Kamala's vision. That's Tim's vision. That's the Democratic Party's vision. And our job over the next 11 weeks is to convince as many people as possible to vote for that vision. Now, it won't be easy. The other side knows it's easier to play on people's fears and cynicism, always has been. They will tell you that government is inherently corrupt, that sacrifice and generosity are for suckers. And since the game is rigged, it's okay to take what you want and just look after your own. That's the easy path. We have a different task. Our job is to convince people that democracy can actually deliver. And And in doing that, we can't just point to what we've already accomplished. We can't just rely on the ideas of the past. We need to chart a new way forward to meet the challenges of today. And Kamala understands this. She knows, for example, that if we want to make it easier for more young people to buy a home, we need to build more units and clear away some of the outdated laws and regulations that made it harder to build homes for working people in this country. That is a priority, and she's put out a bold new plan to do just that. On healthcare, we should all be proud of the enormous progress that we've made through the Affordable Care Act.
Thank you,
Providing
Jeannie.
millions of
You're exactly
people
right.
access to affordable coverage, protecting millions more from unscrupulous insurance practices. I noticed, by the way, that since it's become popular, they don't call it Obamacare no more. But Kamala knows we can't stop there, which is why she'll keep working to limit out-of-pocket costs. Kamala knows that if we want to help people get ahead, we need to put a college degree within reach of more Americans. But she also knows college shouldn't be the only ticket to the middle class. We need to follow the lead of governors like Tim Walz, who said,
Oh
if you've
my
got the
God,
skills
they're
and the drive,
crying.
you shouldn't need a degree to work for state government. And in this new economy, we need a president who actually cares about the millions of people all across this country who wake up every single day to do the essential, often thankless work, to care for our sick, to clean our streets, to deliver our packages. We need a president who will stand up for their right to bargain for better wages and working conditions. And Kamala will be that president. Yes, she can. Yes, she can. A Harris-Walz administration can help us move past some of the tired old debates that keep stifling progress. Because at their core, Kamala and Tim understand that when everybody gets a fair shot, we are all better off. They understand that when every child gets a good education, the whole economy gets stronger. When women are paid the same as men for doing the same job, all families benefit. They understand that we can secure our borders without tearing kids away from their parents.
Good point, San Diego.
Just like we can keep our streets safe while also building trust between law enforcement and the communities they serve and eliminating bias, that will make it better for everybody. Donald Trump and his well-heeled donors, they don't see the world that way. For them, one group's gains is necessarily another group's loss. For them, freedom means
exactly
that
right, Jimmy.
Can do pretty much what they please, whether it's fire workers trying to organize a union, or put poison in our rivers, or avoid paying taxes like everybody else has to do. Well, we have a broader idea of freedom. We believe in the freedom to provide for your family if you're willing to work hard. The freedom to breathe clean air and drink clean water and send your kids to school without worrying if they'll come home. We believe that true freedom gives each of us the right to make decisions about our own life. how we worship, what our family looks like, how many kids we have, who we marry. And we believe that freedom requires us to recognize that other people have the freedom to make choices that are different than ours. That's okay. That's the America Kamala Harris and Tim Walz believe in. An America where we, the people, includes everyone. Because that's the only way this American experiment works. And despite what our politics might suggest, I think most Americans understand that. Democracy isn't just a bunch of abstract principles and dusty laws in some book somewhere. It's the values we live by. It's the way we treat each other, including those who don't look like us, or pray like us, or see the world exactly like we do.
Welcome to 50.
That sense of mutual respect has to be part
Exactly,
of our
Trump card.
Our politics have become so polarized these days that all of us across the political spectrum seem so quick to assume the worst in others, unless they agree with us on every single issue. We start thinking that the only way to win is to scold and shame and out-yell the other side. And after a while, regular folks just tune out, or they don't bother to vote. Now, that approach may work for the politicians who just want attention and thrive on division, but it won't work for us. To make progress on the things we care about, the things that really affect people's lives, we need to remember that we've all got our blind spots and contradictions and prejudices, and that if we want to win over those who aren't yet ready to support our candidates, we need to listen to their concerns and maybe learn something in the process. After all, if a parent or grandparent occasionally says something that makes us cringe, we don't automatically assume they're bad people. We recognize that the world is moving fast, that they need time and maybe a little encouragement to catch up. Our fellow citizens deserve the same grace we hope they'll extend to us. That's how we can build a true democratic majority, one that can get things done. And by the way, that does not just matter to the people in this country. The rest of the world is watching to see if we can actually pull this off. No nation, no society has ever tried to build a democracy as big and as diverse as ours before. One that includes people that over decades have come from every corner of the globe. One where our allegiances and our community are defined not by race or blood, but by a common creed. And that's why when we uphold our values, the world's a little brighter. When we don't, the world's a little dimmer. And dictators and autocrats feel emboldened. And over time, we become less safe. We shouldn't be the world's policemen, and we can't eradicate every cruelty and injustice in the world. But America can be and must be a force for good. Discouraging conflict, fighting disease, promoting human rights, protecting the planet from climate change, defending freedom, brokering peace. That's what Kamala Harris believes, and so do most Americans.
Hi, Jimmy.
Now, I, I, I know these ideas can feel pretty naive right now. We live in a time of such confusion and rancor, with a culture that puts a premium on things that don't last. Money, fame, status, likes. We chase the approval of strangers on our phones. We build all manner of walls and fences around ourselves, and then we wonder why we feel so alone. We don't trust each other as much because we don't take the time to know each other. And in that space between us, politicians and algorithms teach us to caricature each other and troll each other and fear each other. But here's the good news, Chicago. All across America, in big cities and small towns, away from all the noise, the ties that bind us together are still there. We still coach Little League and look out for our elderly neighbors. We still feed the hungry in churches and mosques and synagogues and temples. We share the same pride when our Olympic athletes compete for the gold. Because the vast majority of us do not want to live in a country that's bitter and divided. We want something better. We want to be better. And the joy and the excitement that we're seeing around this campaign tells us we're not alone. You know, I've spent a lot of time thinking about this these past few months because, as Michelle mentioned, this summer we lost her mom, Ms. Marion Robinson. And I don't know that anybody has ever loved their mother-in-law any more than I love mine. Mostly it's because she was funny and wise and the least pretentious person I knew. That, and she always defended me with Michelle when I messed up. I'd hide behind her.
Because you're a pussy.
But I also think one of the reasons Mary and I became so close was she reminded me of my grandmother, the woman who helped raise me as a child. And on the surface, the two of them did not have a lot in common. One was a black woman from right here, south side of Chicago, right down the way. Went to Englewood High School. The other was a little old white lady born in a tiny town called Piru, Kansas. Now, I know there aren't that many people from Piru. And yet they shared a basic outlook on life. They were strong, smart, resourceful women, full of common sense, who, regardless of the barriers they encountered, and women growing up in the 40s and 50s and 60s, they encountered barriers. They still went about their business without fuss or complaint and provided an unshakable foundation of love for their children and their grandchildren. In that sense, they both represented an entire generation of working people who, through war and depression, discrimination and limited opportunity, helped build this country. A lot of them toiled every day at jobs that were often too small for them and didn't pay a lot. They willingly went without just to keep a roof over their families' heads, just to give their children something better. But they knew what was true. They knew what mattered. Things like honesty and integrity, kindness and hard work. They weren't impressed with braggarts or bullies. They didn't think putting other people down lifted you up or made you strong. They didn't spend a lot of time obsessing about what they didn't have. Instead, they appreciated what they did. They found pleasure in simple things. A card game with friends, a good meal, and laughter around the kitchen table. Helping others. And most of all, seeing their children do things and go places that they would have never imagined for themselves. Whether you are a Democrat or a Republican or somewhere in between, we have all had people like that in our lives. People like Kamala's parents, who crossed oceans because they believed in the promise of America. People like Tim's parents, who taught him about the importance of service. Good, hard-working people who weren't famous or powerful, but who managed in countless ways to leave this country just a little bit better than they found it. As much as any policy or program, I believe that's what we yearn for. A return to an America where we work together and look out for each other. A restoration of what Lincoln called, on the eve of Civil War, our bonds of affection. An America that taps what he called the better angels of our nature. That is what this election is about. And I believe that's why, if we each do our part over the next 77 days, if we knock on doors, if we make phone calls, if we talk to our friends, if we listen to our neighbors, if we work like we've never worked before, if we hold firm to our convictions, we will elect Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States, and Tim Walz as the next vice president of the United States. We will elect leaders up and down the ballot who will fight for the hopeful, forward-looking America we all believe in. And together, we too will build a country that is more secure and more just, more equal, and more free. So let's get to work. God bless you. And God bless the United States of America.
Oh, God. Thank God he's done talking.
Wow. Wow.
You got to give it to him. I mean, he's a really great speaker.
Yep.
He's a really good little snake oil salesman there.
Yep. I love the comment section. I know you can't see it, but I'll say some comments. Maui Bell says, we didn't have so much racism before Obama. He started this dark America.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, totally. We didn't have Antifa. We didn't have BLM. And he talked about, you know, having no wars. This man started wars all over the place. He bombed innocent American civilians.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this guy he did more damage to America in the 8 years that he was there than any other president in the history of the United States.
Now, listen, I do have to, I mentioned in the comment section, but I have to disagree with you guys and a lot of people in the comment. You guys are wrong, and Jesse and I are right, because he is not, Barack Obama is not a great speaker. He's a great teleprompter reader. And
Right.
I have to help you guys understand something, because there's a guy, for example, Newt Gingrich, who used to be Speaker of the House. He's a great speaker because if you were to put him on a stage, he doesn't need a teleprompter, and he can recite to you case law. He could recite to you the founding fathers. He doesn't need anything, and you could tell by the way he talks, because he used to be a teacher. No, this is very important, Jimmy, because the governing body of Jehovah's Witnesses, and this is the connection, the governing body of Jehovah's Witnesses gives a speech on jw.org broadcasting. However, if you were to ever have them with no outline, no teleprompter, and just off the cuff, they wouldn't know what to say. And so when you listen to Barack Obama, he is the greatest teleprompter reader. And that's why he'll dabble a little bit off and on. And the reason, and so what does that tell you? That he really can't do it out of his heart. Because if he were to really tell you what he feels in his heart, it's not going to go good. And that's why a lot of these politicians stay on script. You understand?
And that's why they won't allow Kamala to do interviews or anything, because she'll be off script. And then everybody knows what happens to her when she's not on script.
So Stephen Lett, if he's interviewed by Fox News, the same thing as Kamala, it would be it'll be disastrous. That's what you witnessed right here. Do you understand?
Yeah. Maui Bell says, do you think we'll get RFK's base to vote Trump?
Oh gosh, who's this guy? Please. Who is this guy?
Hey, don't be messing with Maui Bell. That's my sister. Oh, this dude. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'm sorry. I was driving. I couldn't see it. I didn't see this dude coming up on the screen.
Wow, Greek Orthodox.
I'm pulling over so I can get out of my car and yeah.
This guy is praying.
For president of these United States.
Yeah.
Vice President.
Oh hell no! I'm gonna tell my Orthodox friends what the heck is going on here.
Team goals to pursue the highest offices in the land with love, with hope, and with faith in our nation. Grant and to the delegates to engage with their fellow citizens in a spirit of joy and duty, always seeking the best for our country. We also ask special blessings upon President Joseph Biden, First Lady Jill Biden, and their family, for he has given a lifetime of service and of sacrifice to the American people, and has stood with nobility and integrity.
Thank you, John. I'm going to ask
the
my friend.
international stage to lead in the best traditions of the United States. Finally, we ask that you protect and defend the armed forces who protect and defend us, so that in peace and security we may offer to you, the one true God, the praise that is in your due. Amen.
Amen.
Peace and security, guys. Yeah.
Oh wow, that was shocking. I'm gonna ask my friends about that.
That was creepy as hell.
Now, Ruby, this is very important because I put the comment section. Can you put the comment that I put down? Barack Obama said in the speech, "Democracy works." It's like going to a convention of Jehovah's Witnesses and they say Jehovah cannot lie. So then after the convention, you talk to the speaker and you say, well, Jehovah did lie. Here's the proof. See, so Barack Obama is telling everybody democracy works, but there was no democracy because nobody voted for Kamala.
Exactly.
You understand what's happening here? This is you're watching the Jehovah's Witness all over again. Because if I were to confront Barack Obama with the facts, he would run away from me like Theodore Giras did when they were confronting him from the BBC. So whenever you confront now this is very important because earlier today, Ruby posted a video of Donald Trump being asked a question by a reporter. Donald Trump took the question, slam dunked it, and then kicked the ball and gave it back to her. It was greater than Michael Jordan. So the difference is this: the Jehovah's Witnesses and Barack Obama say, what do they say? Democracy works. Jehovah cannot lie. But Donald Trump, when asked a question, will answer the question. He's not going to run away. And that's the takeaway you get here.
And do people understand now why I've been saying for 3 to 4 years that the Watchtower is nothing but the propaganda arm of the deep state? They all use the same playbook. Proof right there in his little speech. It's the same thing. Same players.
Correct. Now check this out, Ruby. Can you put my comment there? In this speech, Barack Obama talked about the rancor that exists, and talked about money. That sometimes like the quest of materialism, but he talked about the money quest. So that's just like the Jehovah's Witnesses. The Jehovah's Witnesses are saying, why is everybody upset? Well, maybe because you're disfellowshipping family members. And then they talk bad about people who are pursuing money, like Barack Obama, but yet they're the ones that have Tuxedo Park and Ramapo, and Barack Obama has his mansion.
He's got 4 of them.
Yes. So what you witness here is Barack Obama is doing the same playbook as the Jehovah's Witnesses.
Thank you.
Beautiful. It sounds great. But
so really quickly, Gigi, what is the rancor?
Like the anger, people, like the road rage rancor, people mad at each other. I hate the Democrats. I hate the Trumpers. And he's trying to say,
okay, it means bitterness, resentfulness, especially when long-standing.
An angry state. But of course, people have rancor. You disfellowshipped me from my sister, my mother. So you're the cause of the rancor, and yet you're blaming the people. Just like Watchtower is always blaming everybody for the rancor when they're the ones doing the disfellowshipping.
Yep.
You see, this is from a playbook. There's how a coach has a playbook for football or baseball. They all have a little book. Watchtower and Barack Obama use the same book.
Thank you.
It's just the names have changed. Insert circuit overseer. Insert. And that's what you're seeing.
Yep.
Wow.
Now, if you want, I can give you one more on the chat section.
I tell you what. While he's looking for that, I get so sick and tired of them talking about democracy. We are a constitutional republic, not a freaking democracy. It drives me insane that they keep throwing that word out there like that.
You know why they throw that word out? Because if people would know that it's a constitutional republic, then people would then say, well, now I understand the 10th Amendment to the Constitution, and the state would have more power, the state of Arizona, the state of Texas. So by the Democrats always saying democracy, you're giving Washington, D.C. more power.
Yeah.
And the concept of having the power reside in your county. See, the Department of Education should not be in Washington, D.C. It should be in your city, because the city and the county is responsible. Like in the Little House on the Prairie, remember there was she was the Department of Education.
Yep.
That's why when Jimmy says it's a constitutional republic, they use the language to keep you stupid.
Yep.
You're stupid. Department of Education, democracy, Washington, D.C. You see, it's language. They use language to stupefy the people.
Yeah, it's exact. And he's talking about, we need to make college affordable for everyone. Why? So you can send everybody to your indoctrination camps?
Yeah.
That's what it is. Oh, we want, you got to be going to public school. Why? So you can use your centralized Department of Education to brainwash the children.
Now check this out. Lucy's going to like this one. Trump and his supporters is equal to a Jehovah's Witness convention when we talk about worldly people. So in the Jehovah's Witness convention, the worldly people, you guys are heathens, you're sex addicts, you're drug addicts. You guys are all committing a fornication and adultery, and you have sex on the first date every single time. That's the Jehovah's Witness convention. They'll make you believe that subliminally. So when they talk about Trump and his supporters, they'll actually make you think that Trump and his supporters right now are out looking for black people to kill in Chicago and Pennsylvania. And they take off their hats, their MAGA hats from the day, and they actually make you believe, all those little old ladies believe, that Trump supporters are running around in motorbikes, Harleys, with KKK outfits. See, they make you believe these things.
The projection that they use is astonishing, especially when you learn their playbook and you know what they're doing. You can see it so clearly. That's why when I'm listening to these speeches, I'm like, oh my God, kill me now, blah, 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 blah. It's all freaking propaganda, every bit of it. Oh my God. And people fall for it. And this is why I said what I said earlier in the show when I talked about people need real education.
Yep.
But unfortunately, people's education today is limited to the news that they watch, what little bit of news they watch, or falling into echo chambers and just hearing what they want. They want to have their ears tickled.
Yeah, and just remember, we know they're like the Democrats are like the Jehovah's Witnesses because of that picture I showed you, the 1914 magazine. When confronted with evidence, they run. They run.
Oh yeah. And you can see that, when I was on Facebook and I'd get into a conversation with a XJW of left-wing liberal persuasion, I ask a point-blank question and they will never answer it. They would always come up with something else or a whataboutism or something. They would never answer the damn question. And I'd always bring it back. And the next thing I know, they block me. Because they can't answer the questions. Let me debate Barack Obama. I would love to. Let me debate any one of them speakers that we've seen the last 2 days of the DNC. I would love to debate them.
Yep. No, my thing is how they talking about all of this, right? And Kamala's not even there. They're singing praises and she's not even there. And then they're talking about things that Joe Biden was doing, what he did, and still talking about talking points from like almost 10 years ago about his taxes, about, he's such a criminal. Like, that's old news already. Like, I wish they had some fresh information or like, I don't know. I just feel like I've been hearing that for the past 10 years.
Well, see, those are assets that they deployed back then to fool the people, and it's not working anymore. And they're just trying to reiterate that stuff for, maybe the folks that didn't hear it before. It's just, it's the same propaganda, but they're trying to, use a different use it on a different audience.
Right. Okay.
That's what that is. So it's just like Watchtower, the crap that they told us back in the 80s and the 90s. You go to a meeting now and they're still saying the same crap.
Right.
It's a different audience. This is how you infiltrate and dumb down generations of people. You say the same damn thing. So it's just, I went to bed. I was exhausted last night after that Joe Biden speech.
Me too.
I hit the bed last night and I was out. My head was hurting. I was like, oh my God, I cannot believe I listened to that crap.
All that yelling. It's the yelling for me. Like, what? Oh, did you catch that Michelle said that their mothers were oceans part away and that her mother's Indian? Like, she finally said the truth. And then after that comment, she says they're gonna try to lie about her and we have to do something when they start lying about her. But you said the truth right there. Let's continue saying the truth. I like this. So I don't know where they're getting this from. Like misinformation is gonna come. Yeah, you said the truth. She's Indian. Thank you. Thank you, Michelle.
Yeah. I was listening to a report today. The same report that you played yesterday, Ruby, about the one about the immunity thing. That guy, he's really good. And he was talking about the internal polls. The Democrats, they know the internal polls are not working for Kamala. They know it. So this is why I do believe that after she accepts the nomination, within, I would say, 3 to 4 weeks, I wouldn't be surprised if they swap her out.
But how can they do? Okay, this is what I'm confused, and this is what Lucy was telling me, that they did a virtual change, that they changed some rules. So the rules committee, I think it was called, and I looked up the definition like live, but I'm confused. So how can they change the rules last minute? Everybody votes for her. They say all in favor, aye, and it's like a Kingdom Hall where nobody's gonna say nay. The states are not standing up for themselves, so they change all the rules. They put Kamala front and center. So how can they swap that out if they broke the rules for Kamala?
How did they conduct a coup on Joe Biden? They don't care about the rules. They don't play by the rules. If they want to swap Kamala out, they will do it. And you look, it's been 4 weeks since she's been tapped as America's sweetheart. Okay. And, you know, they got all that momentum, that the honeymoon phase has been popular. Everybody's Kamala. Okay. So as soon as the honeymoon phase is over, they could easily tap somebody else and ride that momentum to November 5th. And the sheep will fall in line and will accept whoever, if they go that route. Okay, if they go that route, the sheep will follow. So let's just say they tap Michelle or they tap Hillary. All those people at the DNC will fall in line just like they did when they conducted a coup on Joe Biden and put Kamala in there.
So do you think Joe went willingly or
no?
Okay.
No, he was forced out.
Okay.
So
he was forced out.
When you watch Michelle speak and you listen to Kamala speak, what difference did you notice?
Michelle stays there for way longer, that's for sure.
But she actually is a very good teleprompter reader.
Oh, the crowd was engaged.
Right, yeah. She got them chanting and everything, like fist pumping, people are crying, and I'm like, oh my God, yeah.
So consider that like a testing ground. You know, if you're behind the scenes and you're thinking about doing that, let's go let Michelle speak and let's see what happens with the crowd. Let's see what kind of reaction we get from her, you know? And I'm telling you, I know, you know, a lot of y'all don't believe in the Q post or anything, and that's fine. I don't care. But there's one that says, why did they hold her for a last minute change? So there's a lot of things that have pointed to the fact that there may be a swap out. And that's not, and they're actually talking about that on CNN the other day.
Really?
Yes. And even on X, I've seen it on X, where people have been talking, and not people in my realm, like the digital soldiers, and it's been other people, other outside voices talking about them swapping her out.
Yeah, but see, the thing with Michelle is she delivers the speech better, and in her speech, you would think like a Jehovah's Witness. You go to a convention and you come out and you say, "Wow, yeah, we believe in Jesus Christ." And Michelle was invoking Jesus Christ about loving, about your enemies and
Thy neighbor, yes.
neighbor, and she used about 3 references of Jesus Christ without naming Jesus, and then she talked about, she read it very well, but out of 1 out of 100, I'd give her 100. She read it well. The point is that Kamala, she doesn't make you feel like a Jehovah's Witness comes out of a convention feeling like Jesus. You see, that's what I'm saying. They make you feel that you're a believer, but then it's not till later you're like, hey, I can't stay in this religion and believe in Jesus Christ. Same thing. I can't be a Democrat and really love America. You see, it's the same thing. But she can deliver the goods. Kamala can. That's what I don't know about you, but that's what I saw today. She could deliver. Michelle can deliver. No.
Right, but that's what I'm confused. There's a lot of puppets that can work. They can do the job, but they break all the rules. They do this rules committee. I mean, I have to learn about that because I'm like, who's behind the scenes making these decisions? Why aren't the states putting up the nominee that they want? It seems very controlled. It feels very installed. So and if they can break all those rules, then why is it that when the Republicans do it, oh, he's a convicted felon, they throw the DOJ to them, but when the Democrats do it, nothing happens to them. They never get arrested. They never get the consequences.
Well, so it's like when they did the election of 2020, and you had states, technically Pennsylvania, changing election rules via the attorney general and the governor, just changing the rule and bypassing the state legislator, where anything that was changed should have been done through the state legislation. But they said, no, we're just going to randomly just change the rules and y'all are going to deal with it.
That's what doesn't make sense to me, because it is those people who are in position of power. These are the ones that can change the rules, and then they do it. So what's to say that Kamala doesn't certify her own election if Trump wins and she says, I'm not going to certify this, and she's going to do what Pence should have done and do the whole recount and not leave that White House until we know for sure? What's going to happen then?
She can't send it back to the states now. They changed the law.
When was this?
They changed the law. Oh God, 20. I'd have to look it up off the top of my head. I think it was in 2023. Because remember when Trump? That's why Trump kept saying, "Oh, Trump or Pence should have sent it back to the states. He should have sent it back to the states." He was baiting them because they knew that Pence had that power, and so when Trump kept saying it and saying it and saying it. Then they decided, okay, well, maybe we need to change that law and not have the vice president have that power to be able to send it back to the states. So they changed it. So he trapped them. So if Kamala, she can't do it. I'll find that tomorrow, and I'll give you that information, Ruby.
So, so the real problem, Ruby, is that it is our fault, the Republicans and because the rhinos. It's like Nancy Reagan said about drugs: just say no. So what happens is there's a lot of things that they're doing.
I'm good. Yeah, thanks. I just had to stop here to get on.
What is it that the Republicans don't do? They don't just say no. We're not going to let you. But since the Republicans do not stop them, and they don't say no, they get away with murder. And it's because of, the Republicans we have a cannon, it's called the Rhino. But look at real quick on that picture that I gave you. This is exactly what's happening today. When confronted with public debate, call your opponent a conspiracy theory and cry like a bitch.
Yep.
This is what you witness. It's the art of war.
Go look up what Nancy Pelosi said publicly about what a wrap-up smear campaign is. Google it. Nancy Pelosi wrap-up smear campaign. Go look it up and see what she said. And matter of fact, you could probably find that really quick, Ruby, and
Yeah, I'm looking it up.
and post it on there because it's only like 20 seconds.
So you see, Ruby, this is like when that kid today, like there was a couple of people all crying, getting all butthurt, like, Gilbert, you're being mean to that kid from England. Lovely guy. But you see, if you don't nip it in the butt, if this is the problem that young kids don't understand. When the little boy says something bad about mom, the dad needs to whip out the belt and says, it's over. And he needs to go to town on that little boy. And then that little boy will never, ever disrespect mom. This is what happens. We let these people lie, and we never hold their feet to the fire.
Yep.
Right.
Donald Trump is saying, no, I'm like Theodore Roosevelt. I speak softly and I carry a big stick. And Donald Trump is the kind of guy that swings the belt. And these people cry as like little bitches, and they say, Daddy's hitting me, Mom. Yeah, because you're lying through your teeth. You're lying to the people.
Americans have become so soft and so weak-minded that when somebody with strength and just basically telling you, hey, this is how it is, they get all offended so easily. It's like with the new Eminem album. You know, I'm not a huge fan of Eminem. I like some of his songs, but the song that he has out right now, the new one, Houdini, they actually over on TikTok had Gen Z doing reactions to his song, and they were all appalled and offended, and they were saying, oh, there's no way YouTube's going to allow this to happen in this day and time. Oh, we need to cancel him. You know, I don't agree.
And then we call it the wrap-up smear. If you want to talk politics, call it the wrap-up smear. You smear somebody with falsehoods and all the rest, and then you merchandise it. And then you write it, unless they see it's reported in the press that this, and this.
So the Democrat Party leaks a lie to the media, the complicit media, who goes along and willingly writes an article so that later the Democrat Party can point to that article and say, see, it must be true because it's in the news. It's in the New York Times. It's in fill in the blanks.
Yep.
This is how they perpetrate lies to the American people and to the world.
But
see how that works?
Yep. Ruby, put back the art of war, and I'm going to show you the other side of the story. So what happens is, when confronted with public debate, Nancy Pelosi's calling you conspiracy theories. She put out the smear campaign, and then they cry like a bitch because everybody on YouTube and everybody on X is saying, no, you're the liar, because CNN is not doing its job. MSNBC is not doing its job. The Pope, the Jehovah's Witnesses, every church is not doing their job. Right. And so what happens? They cry like a bitch, and they censor everybody. They censor everybody because daddy, everybody's acting like Big Daddy, saying, no, you guys are liars. And so it is, the first part is true of Pelosi, and the last part, they cry like a bitch. And what we're doing and what we as Republicans are saying is, no, we're going to whip out the belt and say, no, you're going to get a spanking. And we spank the truth. We spank them with research. We spank them with documents. And they cry when we do that.
Yep. So, well, guys, I'm still about 10 miles away from home. I had to stop because I'll be out in the country, and so I would have lost service. But I wanted to just stop in and say hey. But, yeah, you going to be on again tomorrow night, Ruby?
I think so. I'm going to stream all 4 days.
Man, I don't know how you can handle that crap. Who's speaking tomorrow?
I'm soaking it in. I'm like a sponge right now because this is the very first time that I watch it, so I'm soaking everything in. It's good. It's good for me.
Yeah, well, that's good. That's good, and you're providing a platform for others to be able to speak and share their thoughts, and so that's good.
Right. It's a hangout session. It's a watch party. Yeah.
But so I'm gonna go. But I love you guys very much. Y'all take care. And we'll see y'all. I see you tomorrow night.
Everyone knows, Jimmy, everyone knows you're lying, and you're at the Kingdom Hall because we see your shirt. You look just like a Jehovah's Witness.
Yeah, you look good.
Yeah,
I'm an insurance man.
okay. You look like a Jehovah's Witness now.
I know, right?
Yeah.
I know, but I'm an insurance guy, so I gotta, dress up when I go see my people.
Okay.
Jimmy's the circuit overseer. Don't lie. I know it.
All right. Night,
Bye,
you guys.
Jimmy. Have a good night.
Y'all too.
And doesn't he look like he looks like he's in a JW parking lot?
He looks good. He looks good. He cleans up nice.
All
Any
right,
final
well,
thoughts from anybody? Yep, go ahead.
I just thank you for providing the entertainment for tonight. I really appreciate it. It was fun critiquing one of the biggest political parties in our country, and I am grateful that we have the freeness of speech to be able to do so.
Yes, thank you so much, Lucy, for coming on and spending time with me. I loved the conversation, and I loved watching with you guys. I don't want to do this alone. You know what? This is gonna be so horrible if I did it all by myself. So I'm so thankful you joined. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Good night.
Good night. And I would just add to Lucy that you can't let your Jehovah's Witness experience just go for naught. What you're seeing is deja vu. If you're an Jehovah's Witness, you have to see the parallels, because if it's happening today, it's going to happen again tomorrow and the next day. It's always going to be. So you really have to know the tactics that they're using. And I like to joke around and say, Jesus never said research. I do that to trigger people. But really, he did say you have to pay attention to how you listen. You have to learn to be a good listener. And as J-Dubs, we weren't listening. But now, if you train yourself to listen, you're going to catch their tactics. And believe you, for the rest of our lives, these things will always happen. But we have experience, and we want to put it to good use.
Yes, because I'm watching this and I'm awake. Because I used to see this stuff, but I was still a witness. I was still asleep. I didn't know the truth about the truth or about anything in the world. So now this is the first time I'm watching this as a fully awoken person. I'm fully awake. So it's amazing. Thank you for joining, Gigi.
Yeah, and hey, I put up that video. It's about five minutes long, and you'll really like it because it has to do with the money, the Social Security breach. Remember they stole everybody's Social Security numbers? They just said that in the news? Oh yeah, it's a big news article that came out, and I think you'll like the video. We talk about putting our good Jehovah's Witness experience, putting into practice. So, whoa, is that the first time you get money?
I think so.
Whoa, man, you gotta show us where you spend it. Yeah,
that's crazy. Thank you so much, Trump card.
You think it's actually Donald Trump? It's possible. He's a big tipper.
Very cool. I mean, I think my dad sent me like $5, but that don't count because that's my dad. You know what I'm saying? So this is like the very first reel from like a subscriber.
Well, you got it from Trump. Forget it. It says right there, Trump. You can tell all your friends. Trump sends you $10.
Oh my God. I'm gonna screenshot this.
Yes. And have Trump endorse you for the school board.
That's awesome.
Jimmy knows.
Oh, Jimmy knows who he is. Oh, Jimmy will thank him personally for me. Oh my goodness. Well, thank you so much, guys, for spending time with me. Thank you so much for joining. Gigi, Lucy, Teddy, everybody. I guess I'm gonna see you guys tomorrow because we got 2 more days of this. So join me for tomorrow and Thursday. I'm going to play the outro and I will see you guys soon. Bye.